Chapter 384. The night sky was like water, pouring down. Streams of blood qi that pierced through heaven and earth rose into the sky like giant dragons. When will I have such a cultivation? Yi Fan murmured to himself as he walked on the street. Li Heishui sighed. This is a group of ruthless people. I'm sure there are at least a few divine lords among them. They really want to kill the old divine king, Jiang Taishu. They are indeed audacious. Logically speaking, with the eternal universe divine furnace protecting him, the old divine king's life shouldn't be in danger. But why do I feel that something is wrong? Yi Fan frowned. Don't tell me those people have an extreme weapon? Li Heishui was shocked. If that was the case, the divine city might be wiped out. Yi Fan shook his head. No one would come with an extreme weapon. That would expose their identity. There will be shocking changes in the divine city in the next few days. It won't pass peacefully. Not long after they came out, they were discovered. The two quickly rose into the air and headed for the Shueihua little house. Afraid of being surrounded, Yi Fan couldn't refuse the Xia prince's invitation. When Nangong Qi made things difficult for him, Xia Yiming and Yao Yuekong both spoke up to help him. The Shueihua little house hung in the night sky. The scenery was elegant, but it was different from other places. There were no jade palaces or magnificent palaces. It was a different world, a small space that was close to nature. There were bamboo forests and a sea of green pines. Moonlight spilled down, and quiet springs gurgled. The Shueihua little house, Miaoyu Nunnery, and Guanghan Tower were the three most elegant places in the divine city. It was a gentle place that could wear down a hero's ambition. But the style was very different. Many people saw it as a pure land where they could find peace of mind, far away from the noise of the mortal world. In fact, it was indeed so. The silver moon hung high in the sky. The pines were picturesque, clear springs flowed on rocks, and the wooden buildings dotted the landscape. It really was like transcending the world. There was a kind of tranquility outside of the three realms. It was hazy, quiet, and beautiful. Don't tell me the Xia prince wants to invite us? Li Heishui asked. How is that possible? He has a little tail behind him, so he doesn't dare to do anything. Yi Fan smiled. Speaking of which, that little nun in white is really clingy. She follows her brother all the time. They have a good relationship. Yi Fan also laughed and said, that little nun is cultivating in the secular world. Her long hair has already grown out. They entered the clear spring forest, and was led to a wooden building by the people of the Shueihua Little. They soon met a few familiar faces. Yi Fan's heart jumped and he nearly left. The Ji family's God King body was here. If he sensed something, it would be a huge problem. Other than that, there was also Little Moon, the little nun, the prince of Great Xia, and Yao Yuekong from the Ji clan. They weren't in the wooden tower, but on a high platform, drinking wine while facing the moon. How can 3 cups be enough? It's not enough to moisten your throats. 3 jars are more like it. The great Xia prince laughed. Please spare the 2 of us. The moonlight was like a large expanse of pure white moonlight sprinkling on the pine forest. The high platform was level with the treetops, so one could watch the moon and enjoy the quiet and beautiful scenery. In the distance, the sound of the zither was indistinct. A few young girls danced in the moonlight like Chang, flying to the moon. It was extremely hazy and moving. It's really difficult to invite Brother Gu. I haven't seen you for several days. Ji Haoyue smiled. His eyebrows were like swords and his eyes were like stars. Because of the divine medicine seed, I don't dare to go out, Yi Fan explained. At the same time, he asked what the Holy Lands had obtained after the Purple Mountain was breached. Could it be that he really obtained the legacy of great Emperor Wu Shi? Li Heishui also asked. I heard that someone saw the corpse of great Emperor Wu Shi. It was extremely lifelike. Ji Haoyue shook his head and said, although my Ji family also attacked the Purple Mountain, I don't know the real situation. However, I heard that we did discover some of the great emperor's secrets, so we retreated from the Purple Mountain. Yi Fan's expression changed and he said, someone said that great Emperor Wu Shi is sitting on the platform and is still alive. This can't be true, right? I also hope so, but it's most likely impossible. No one can live for so long. Ji Haoyue shook his head. Little Yuan Taoist master, you can't come empty-handed. It's fine if you don't give us gifts, but how can you not give little Guai a gift? Jizu's smile was very sweet. The moonlight shone on her face. On the other side, on the little nun's shoulder, the little golden creature was staring at Yi Fan. It was shining with golden light and seemed very intelligent. Yi Fan immediately laughed and said, "This little fellow is too vengeful. It can't forget that piece of source. That's little Guai's source. Of course it won't forget," the little nun in white mumbled. Yi Fan took out a dozen divine source beans and placed them on his palm. The divine silkworm instantly couldn't sit still and wanted to take them. However, it was a little angry and rolled its eyes at Yi Fan. "I'm giving you divine source out of kindness, but you're still staring at me like this. I'm not giving it to you." Yi Fan teased it. Whoosh! A beam of golden light shot out from its body and swept away the dozen divine source beans. It hid behind the little nun and Jizuo and looked at Yi Fan suspiciously. Everyone present was very shocked. Even Ji Haoyue said, "If this divine art is cultivated to great success, won't you be able to rob everything?" "You're a natural thief," Yi Fan said with a smile. Very soon, everyone changed the topic to Jiang Taishu. No one mentioned who wanted to kill the Divine King, because it was too sensitive. They were only discussing how powerful the 9 secrets were, how magical the dragon transformation pool was, and how extraordinary Divine King Jiang was. The Great Xia Prince and Ji Haoyue both wanted to buy the divine medicine seed. They tactfully mentioned it to Yi Fan, saying that the price was negotiable. Yi Fan couldn't promise anything. He just said his difficulties and pushed everything to the Sky Demon Treasure Palace auction. Ji Haoyue looked up at the starry sky and said, "Everyone, how far do you think the other side of the starry sky is from our world? Are there cultivators there too?" "Why did Brother Haoyue mention this?" the Sky Demon Palace young master asked in puzzlement. "I was just feeling emotional for a moment." Ji Haoyue shook his head. Yi Fan's heart shook. He felt that something might have happened to a classmate who came to this world with him. Someone in the southern region had leaked the heavenly secrets. There are indeed guests from the outer realm. Our Great Xia ancient books mentioned it. The Great Xia Prince nodded. "Oh, please tell me, Brother Xia." Yi Fan was eager to know. The Great Xia Prince shook his head and said, "I only heard it mentioned by a mysterious ancestor." "Now, if that divine physique comes from the outer realm, do you think he can break the curse?" Ji Haoyue asked again. Yi Fan's heart skipped a beat, but he quickly calmed down. He didn't want to reveal any flaws. He had a bad feeling that someone in the southern region had really leaked the heavenly secrets. The southern region had been away for a long time. I wonder how those old friends are now. Yi Fan thought of many things. Only late at night did Yi Fan and Li Heishui leave. They then went to Miaoyu Nunnery to keep their appointment. In the end, Li Heishui was stopped and led to a palace. He was very dissatisfied that he couldn't see in Miaoyu. Although he was invited into the palace by Yi Fan, and could be considered a guest behind closed doors, Yi Fan wouldn't have any thoughts. Within Miaoyu's shrewdness, she would rather choose the Son of God than him. In fact, this was indeed the case. And Miaoyu's performance was just right. In the end, it was for the divine medicine seed. The descendants of Miaoyu Nunnery always had an inexplicable relationship with some of the most powerful sons of God, which was of great benefit to the development of Miaoyu Nunnery. Yi Fan keenly sensed that in Miaoyu seemed to be standing up for someone by buying the Qilin seed from him. He smiled and responded tactfully. When they left Miaoyu Nunnery, it was already late at night. After listening to Yi Fan's narration, Li Heishui sighed and said, "Little Yi Fan is very unfortunate. You failed to be chosen. You definitely can't become her guest behind closed doors." "What nonsense are you talking about?" "I'm telling the truth. And Miaoyu might be making a decision now. All the descendants of Miaoyu Nunnery have done so. Let me think who she will choose. It must be a powerful son of God." Li Heishui pondered carefully. This kind of woman is too utilitarian. What's there to think about? Yi Fan shook his head. Although you have a chance to become the Yuan Taoist master in the future, there are many variables. Most importantly, you have no background and can't be compared to the sons of God. Li Heishui judged. If the Yao Guang saint hadn't been suppressed, I think in Miaoyu would have chosen him. It's hard to guess now. I don't know who it will be, But I think she has already made up her mind. You really have nothing to do. Yi Fan shook his head. The next day, Yi Fan began to invite the sons and daughters of God to a banquet. He couldn't attend them one by one, so he could only invite them instead. He didn't know what kind of expression these people would have when they found out one day that he had a saint body. Now, many people in Divine City called him the little Yuan Taoist master, and were trying their best to rope him in. In the future, when his true identity was exposed, it would most likely be a different scene. Yi Fan had never expected this day to come so quickly. In the afternoon of that day, when he appeared in the stone square of the Holy Land, a white-haired old man appeared in the same stone garden, accompanied by Nangongqi and several other Genesis technique grandmasters. You've changed your appearance? The old man was leaning on a walking stick and looked old. No one knew how old he was, but he was as thin as a stick and looked like a skeleton. Who are you? Yi Fan's heart skipped a beat. He was shocked to find that the old man had almost cultivated the heavenly eye. 2 rays of light shot out from the old man's murky eyes, and saw through his true appearance. Nangongqi scolded. Don't be rude. This is Senior Ouyang Yi of the Genesis technique world. The only person who is infinitely close to the level of a source master in countless years. An earth master was a far cry from a heavenly master. This old man with terrifying Genesis technique had cultivated for God knows how many years, but he was only infinitely close to the level of an earth master. One could imagine how high the level of the Yuan Taoist master was. You know the grand method of changing heaven and earth, so you must have obtained the Book of Origin. Ouyang Yi was all skin and bones, so he couldn't be any older. However, at that moment, 2 terrifying rays of light shot out from his eyes, and they were extremely hot. What do you want by stopping me? Yi Fan was shocked. The only thing that made him feel slightly at ease was that the old man had lived in seclusion for many years, and hadn't come out for a long time. He had never seen the portrait of the sacred body of the ancients and didn't know him. We asked Grandmaster Ouyang to come out of seclusion, because we want to give you some pointers. Nangongqi smiled meaningfully. All right, no problem. See you tomorrow at the Dian Stone Square. Yi Fan agreed without hesitation and turned to leave. He didn't want to stay a moment longer since his identity had been exposed. He pulled Li Heishui to a deserted place and took out the mysterious jade platform, preparing to cross the void. However, he failed. He was shocked to find that he couldn't cross the void at all. Inside the Dian Stone Square, Nangongqi asked, Grandmaster Ouyang, you said that he changed his appearance. What does he look like? Ouyang Yi pressed his right hand in the void, and a real body appeared. It was Yi Fan's original appearance. It's him, the sacred body of the ancients. How is this possible? It's him. The young people of the Genesis technique ancient family, as well as Nangongqi and the other grandmasters, were all stunned. They were extremely shocked. They never thought that it would be Yi Fan. The sacred body of the ancients caused havoc in the northern region, and caused endless disturbances. He even killed young experts from sacred grounds. Even they had seen his portrait. Go after him. Don't let him get away. Gu Feng is Yi Fan, and he has the sacred body of the ancients. Nangongqi shouted, and his voice traveled dozens of miles. The other party had a holy item on him, and he even had the Book of Origin. This was a living divine treasure, and they had to capture it. Such a loud roar was heard by many cultivators in the Divine City, and they were all shocked and bewildered. The disciples of the Genesis technique ancient family roared, and explained to the people what had just happened. The area was suddenly in an uproar, and all the cultivators chased after him. He can't get away. The Jiang family suppressed the Divine City with the ultimate weapon, the Eternal Universe Divine Furnace. He can't leave. Go after him. We must find him. The streets were in chaos. Many cultivators shouted and searched everywhere. 2 hours later, many people heard the news, and the Divine City was shaken. Gu Feng is Yi Fan. Oh my God, the famous Gu Feng in the Divine City is actually that sacred body of the ancients. This is too shocking. When the saints and virgins heard the news, they were dumbfounded. The person they were chasing actually appeared right under their noses, and he even drank with them at the same table. Chapter 385. Everyone else in the city was also dumbfounded. What did it mean for the sacred land of the ancients to obtain the inheritance of the Yuan Taoist master? The result was mind-blowing. How dare he? How dare he? How bold of him to come to the divine city to gamble and engage in a different kind of Genesis technique battle with all the sacred grounds, using the enemy's stone square to strengthen himself and make a name for himself in the divine city. The sacred body of the ancients is really amazing. The elders and many young heroes were all stunned. The result made their mouths dry up. The sacred body of the ancients was too bold. In order to protect the old divine king, the Jiang family sealed the dragon transformation pool with the eternal universe cauldron. At the same time, they kept expanding until the entire divine city was sealed. This was to deter the people in the dark. Anyone who dared to attack would have to think twice first. With the divine city sealed, no one could leave. The Jiang family could carry out a massacre with the eternal universe cauldron. This was domineering. The unique domineering of the clan of the ancients. They dared to offend the divine king and did not hesitate to kill all the powerhouses in the divine city. It was also because of this that Yi Fan could not travel through the void. The entire divine city was sealed today, and no one could enter or leave. It's over. We can't leave. The divine city is sealed. Li Heishui broke out in a cold sweat. Yi Fan quickly used the heaven and earth transformation technique to change his appearance, then helped Li Heishui change his true appearance. After mastering the Genesis technique, he was no longer the same as before. Although he still could not change the landscape of the mountains and rivers, changing the appearance of a few people was a piece of cake. As long as we don't meet Ouyang Yi, no one will recognize us. However, we can't be together anymore. We have to separate. But that old man is obviously not easy to deal with. He is infinitely close to becoming a source master. It's shocking that he has almost opened the eye of heaven. I don't think we can hide from him for long. Li Heishui frowned. Yi Fan massaged his temples. He knew that he was in big trouble. If he could not come up with a solution, he would definitely die. Brother Heishui, you have the old man's divine order. Even if they find you, they won't dare to do anything to you. Li Heishui said, I'm fine. The problem is you. If you are exposed, even the Red Dragon Taoist won't be able to protect you. I will think of a way to avoid Ouyang Yi. Yi Fan frowned. That's not a solution. Didn't you hear? They're determined to get their hands on the Book of Source Heaven. How long can you hide from them if the divine city is sealed? Li Heishui paced back and forth. How about asking for help from the Sky Demon Palace? I think Yao Yuekong is a good person. Yi Fan shook his head. At this time we can only rely on ourselves. What a pity, the Qilin seed was placed in the Sky Fei treasure tower. Li Heishui sighed. Yi Fan was calm. He rubbed his chin and said, I have an idea. What is it? Yi Fan whispered a few words to him. After Li Heishui heard this, he firmly objected. It's too risky. If we fail, it's the same as sending a sheep into the tiger's mouth. This is the only way. Maybe I can forge a future for myself. I won't have to be hunted down anymore. Yi Fan nodded firmly. Little Yi Zi, you can't take such a risk. Yi Fan made up his mind and said, Don't worry, the heavens can't stop me. Brother Heishui, hurry up and leave. Let's split up and avoid being discovered. The news that Gu Feng was Yi Fan and had the sacred body of the ancients shook the entire divine city. The entire city was in an uproar. Many cultivators could not believe it. Little brother Gu Feng Yao Yuekong was dumbfounded. I didn't expect it either. The Xia prince was speechless for a while. He suddenly thought of many things. The little golden elf on the little nun's shoulder rolled its big black eyes, pulled the little nun's hair, and gestured for a while. Xiao Guai, are you saying that you already knew he could change his appearance? The little nun's face was as red as an apple as she asked the silkworm. What's going on? The Xia prince asked. Xiao Guai said that he saw Gu Feng in seclusion and using many sources to increase his cultivation. The little nun explained. That little rascal already knew all this. Why didn't he tell us? The Xia prince was shocked. The silkworm rolled its eyes at him and pretended to look at the sky. It stood on the little nun's shoulder and ignored everything around it. Beside it, Jiziyue mumbled softly. It really is him. He also likes to touch his chin. Ziyue. What are you talking about? Ji Haoyue asked. Nothing. Ji Ziyue grabbed the little golden creature. The little nun in white pouted while the little golden creature protested silently. However, when it saw a god source swaying in front of it, it stuck to Ji Ziyue's side without any sense of loyalty. In Miaoyu nunnery, and Miaoyu was just as shocked. She pondered for a long time before giggling. As for the saints, many of them took action right away and searched the divine city. This time, they were really disgraced. They had been drinking and chatting merrily with the hunted, but they were still speechless when they thought about it. The people of the Alcade Stone Workshop were flustered and exasperated. They finally understood why Yi Fan chose that place to gamble on stones. He was making an example out of them. Gu Feng of the Divine City is Yi Fan, who is the one outside leading the big black dog to rob the sources. Damn it, we've been tricked by them. Except for that black dog that keeps clamoring for human pets, everything else is fake. That damned black dog. Many people gnashed their teeth at the mention of the Black Emperor. For many disciples of the Holy Lands, he was a black nightmare. At this moment, the people from the ancient Genesis families were the most aggressive. Nangong Qi and the others searched everywhere, wanting to dig out Yi Fan. The temptation of the Book of Source of Heaven was too great. To them, it was a supreme ancient scripture. It had to be said that Ouyang Yi was extremely terrifying. Although he did not have much life left, after mastering the Genesis techniques, he was not inferior to the top masters. He was like a ghost, flashing left and right in the divine city. He borrowed the dragon chi under the earth for his own use. After his cultivation was close to that of an earth source master. As long as the earth existed, he could use endless divine techniques. In his eyes, two divine lights pierced through heaven and earth. Nothing could hide from them. He had almost mastered the heavenly eye. He has the sacred body of the ancients. Even if the red dragon Taoist came back, he would not be able to protect him. This time, we can kill him openly. All the Holy Lands will be happy to see it. The Book of Source of Heaven, the supreme scripture that has been lost for many years, has finally seen the light of day again. We must get it. The disciples of the ancient Genesis families were emboldened. Now that Yi Fan's identity had been exposed, they had nothing to fear even if they killed him. The entire divine city was stirred. All the saints and countless cultivators were looking for Yi Fan, but there was no trace of him. He can't escape. I'm going to use him to refine medicine. A 13 or 14-year-old boy flew across the sky, and many people retreated. He was dressed in white and spotless. His hair was black and shiny, and his skin was as white as snow. His eyes were like black gems, and his lips were red and teeth were white. He was very handsome, and his appearance would make women jealous. It was Xia Juyo. In less than half a day, everyone in the divine city received the news. Most people were out to search. If they could take this opportunity to catch Yi Fan, the benefits would be endless. He had the myriad chi cauldron, the dragon-patterned black gold Holy Spirit sword, the Book of Source of Heaven, and many divine sources. He was simply a huge divine treasury. Yi Fan discovered that he was about to become Xuanzang's flesh. Almost everyone wanted to take a bite out of him. To him, the biggest threat was Ouyang Yi. Those eyes could penetrate the void and see through all obstacles. As long as one was close to them, there was nowhere to hide. Yi Fan had already separated from Li Heishui. He changed his appearance and clothes and walked in the sea of people, staying far away from the areas where Ouyang Yi appeared. In the end, he arrived at the western part of the divine city. There was a magnificent building here, and the dragon transformation pool was inside. Now, it was heavily guarded by the Jiang clan. As soon as he approached, he felt a terrifying pressure. The eternal universe divine furnace was forged with phoenix blood and gold. Its name was famous since ancient times. Now, it was inside the dragon transformation pool, sealing the entire divine city. Who are you? A middle-aged man shouted. There was no mediocre person here. They were all experts of the Jiang clan. Apart from Jiang Yifei, Jiang Kaixian, and a few others of the younger generation, the others were not qualified at all. They were all elders. The Jiang clan seeks the method to extend its life from the whole world. I'm here to save Divine King Jiang Taishu. Yi Fan said calmly. What method do you have? The middle-aged man was startled, But his eyes quickly blossomed with two oppressive beams of light as he stared at Yi Fan. He had to be cautious. This was a critical period. Someone had already come to kill the old divine king, and even a grand supreme elder died because of it. If it wasn't for the eternal universe furnace, that terrifying expert would have succeeded. Invite the esteemed guest in. An old man transmitted his voice. Yi Fan strode into the palace garden and saw even more experts. They were all on standby, guarding all four directions. Everyone had a solemn expression. He passed through 9 halls and came to a garden. This place was verdant and verdant. There was a small stone bridge built across the flowing water. Wisteria coiled around it, and strange stones were laid out. The scenery was beautiful. Little friend, what good method do you have? An old man stood in front of him. He wore a moon-white robe and had a kind and benevolent countenance. It was impossible to tell how old he was. I have 3 good methods that can revive the old divine king. Yi Fan was very confident. Is this true? The old man's eyes shot out 2 beams of light as he sized up Yi Fan, wanting to see through his entire body. Yi Fan's heart jumped. This was a divine lord-level figure, a powerhouse. It could be speculated that he was either the Jiang clan's divine lord or a top-notch figure from divine king Jiang Taishu's bloodline. The Jiang clan was divided into 2 branches. Although there were few descendants from the divine king's bloodline, each of them had amazing magic power and was enough to control the situation. My first good method is half a bottle of divine spring, Yi Fan said. He took out a jade gourd and shook it. The sound of water came from inside, and he handed it over without a care. The old man took it with a wave of his hand. He opened the gourd and was shocked. He nodded and said, "All right, I'm Jiang Yun, a descendant of the divine king. Little friend, come with me." This was the authentic divine spring. It was taken from the forbidden land of antiquity and stored in a jade bottle. There was less than half a bowl left, and it had almost been used up. "Senior Jiang, aren't you afraid that I'm here to kill the old divine king?" Yi Fan asked. "I'm not afraid." Yi Fan and Jiang Yun walked into the underground palace and went deep into the earth. The dragon transformation pool was underground. The underground palace was shrouded in clouds and mist, and a holy aura assaulted their faces. Dragon chi surged under the earth, and divine power circulated. Of course, there was also a soul-stirring pressure. There was no doubt that it was the divine sun cauldron. Although no one was activating it, it was still frightening to the soul. When Yi Fan entered the depths of the underground palace, the divine city was in chaos. Everyone was looking for his whereabouts, and many wanted to kill him and take the life of the sacred body of the ancients. However, no one knew that he had come to the dragon transformation pool and entered the most heavily guarded place in the divine city. The divine sun cauldron made of phoenix blood gold guarded the place, and only peerless masters dared to enter. A group of old men were meditating in the underground palace, occupying various important positions. They were either the supreme elders of the Jiang family or the grandmasters with frightening identities. The ground was not dark, and there was a dragon transformation pool in the deepest part of the underground palace. The water in the pool was milky white and exceptionally crystal clear. There was a skeleton-like body in the middle. Its flesh and blood had completely dried up, and there was no luster at all. It was wrapped around the bones. He lay motionless in the dragon transformation pool, as if he had long lost his life. There was no sign of life at all, and he was no different from a piece of dead wood. Was this the divine king, Jiang Taishu? Yi Fan could hardly believe his eyes. There were too many rumors about him, and it was difficult to connect them with what he was seeing. In the past, Jiang Taishu was as handsome as jade, and his combat strength was earth-shattering. No matter where he went, he attracted attention and was a peerless hero. Thinking back to more than 4,000 years ago, he was full of heroism and looked down on the world. Looking at him now, he was like a withered firewood, thin and weak. How sad was this? A beauty past her prime and a hero at the end of his life were the most helpless sorrows in the world. He was a genius with a stunning appearance. He was supposed to be the pride of his generation, but he ended up like this. It made people sigh and weep. Chapter 386. The dragon transformation pool was sparkling and translucent. The pool water was milky white, and a sweet fragrance wafted out. That withered body was motionless, as if its vitality had been completely extinguished. Since ancient times, beauties have lamented the passing of their prime, and heroes are not allowed to see their white hair. Jiang Taishu's fate was full of misfortunes. He was a hero at the end of his road. He no longer had the heroic bearing to look down on the world. All he had left was endless sorrow. Yi Fan was greatly indebted to him for learning the fighting character formula of the 9 secrets. Now that he had seen his real body, he was quite shocked. The Divine King was already at the end of his rope, yet he still managed to pass down his teachings through the wall. Just how strong was his willpower to support him to such an extent? Everything was for the sake of passing down the 9 secrets and not wanting them to be lost. After thinking through this problem, Yi Fan felt a heartfelt respect for the old God King. His body had almost withered to death, and his divine will had also been obliterated. Who could do something like that? Everything that Jiang Taishu had done could be described as a miracle. He had forcibly transformed the stone wall into a peerless secret technique. The Divine King is in such a state. Yi Fan frowned. Even with the divine spring and life-saving medicine, the situation didn't look optimistic. We've been treating him with spirit herbs for the past few days, but there's almost no effect. Jiang Yin frowned. They already reserved the divine medicine seed, but they feared that the medicinal strength would be too ferocious. The old Divine King was so weak, unable to endure it. They immediately fell into a dilemma. Furthermore, he had already received reports that the owner of the seed of the miracle medicine was the sacred body of the ancients, shocking the entire divine city. Now that he was being hunted down, his whereabouts were unknown. Whether or not the auction could continue had become a mystery. Let's use the divine spring, Yi Fan said. No one knew better than him how powerful the miraculous effects of the divine spring were. In the past, his lifespan was exhausted in the ancient desolate forbidden land, and he almost died. Later on, he dove into the divine spring with great difficulty. After soaking for half a day, he slowly recovered and regained his vitality. This spring water. Jiang Yun's heart was not calm. The eastern wasteland had 7 great life-restricted areas, and only in the depths of these places could there be a divine spring. There was almost no way to take it out. Undying Mountain and other places were too vicious. This is a great favor. Jiang Yun cupped his hands in a serious manner. Who would selflessly give the divine spring to others? This was a rare life-saving water that could save one's life. Senior, there's no need for that. Hurry up and save the God King, replied Yi Fan. 9 figures silently appeared in the depths of the underground palace. All of them were extremely old, and their hair was as white as snow. It was difficult to determine their true ages. The 9 elders looked at the divine spring. They all nodded and revealed looks of joy. Then, they surrounded the dragon transformation pond and silently sat down. The jade gourd hovered above the dragon transformation pool, and crystal-clear liquid dripped down from it. The 9 old men's heads shot out innate divine rays at the same time and merged with the liquid, turning it into innate essence that entered the old deity king's withered body. The amount of the holy spring was too little, no more than half a bowl at most. They didn't want to waste any of its energy. The 9 old men worked together, refining only 1 drop at a time, and injecting it into Jiang Taishu's body bit by bit. When Yi Fan saw this, he couldn't help sweating. In the past, he had truly been too wasteful. He had treated the divine spring as water, drinking it in large gulps. When had he ever been so meticulous? This half a bowl of divine spring was refined until late at night, but it still hadn't run out. It was still slowly progressing. The 9 old men's faces were all pale, and they were about to collapse. They were really diligent, activating their innate life force and merging it into the divine spring to prolong the old deity king's life. After all, the spring water wasn't a divine medicine. It could be used to nourish the body, but it wasn't a divine item that could truly change one's fate. Dang. The bell rang loudly, echoing through the heaven and earth. The vast underground palace was shaken, and the people in front of the dragon transformation pool changed their expressions. A supreme expert has come to invade. Who is this? The eternal universe divine furnace is suppressing the dragon transformation pool, and he still dares to come and kill the deity king. What kind of terrifying character is he? Even the great expert Jiang Yun's expression changed. If the enemy dared to come, he definitely had no fear, and had a way to escape unscathed. Yi Fan was also shocked. There were indeed many ruthless people in this world. They didn't want Jiang Taishu to come back to life, and even wanted to charge, and even with a supreme Tao weapon guarding this place. Take out the eternal universe divine furnace. Jiang Yun ordered. He himself stood in front of the dragon transformation pool, not moving at all. He guarded the place, not willing to take a step away. It was obvious that there was a special expert controlling the divine furnace. Wah! The void rumbled like a rag being violently shaken by someone. Even the underground palace was affected, as if a great earthquake had occurred. Only the dragon transformation pool could be considered calm. At this moment, everyone in the divine city was shocked. Looking from afar, scarlet clouds rushed into the heavens and phoenix cries shook the sky. It was as if a divine phoenix was born from the flames, soaring between the 9 heavens and 10 earths. An unimaginable pressure enveloped the entire city in an instant. No one could resist it, and many people fell limply to the ground at almost the same time. Many cultivators' souls trembled, and they couldn't help but bow down. This was completely involuntary, as if they were facing a deity, filled with natural reverence. Extreme divine might. Everyone was stunned. They were tongue-tied and couldn't say a single word. Many of the older figures' lips were trembling. The divine sun furnace made of phoenix blood gold became the only one in the world. No one had seen its true appearance, but its pressure was transmitted into everyone's bones, and they would never forget it for the rest of their lives. How could humans resist this kind of divine might? Flesh and blood couldn't withstand it at all. No one could. From this, one could see the supreme grace of the great ancient emperors. It was because this was only their weapon, and it was far from representing themselves. In the depths of the underground palace, beside the dragon transformation pool, Yi Fan was also stunned, but he wasn't suppressed. This place was very calm, but his heart still pounded. So this is the extreme divine might. He muttered to himself. This isn't the extreme divine might. It merely revived the divine furnace, and didn't unleash any power, Jiang Yun said. The eternal universe divine furnace's terrifying power still hasn't been displayed. Yi Fan was truly stunned. He already couldn't imagine just how powerful an extreme Tao weapon was. Before this, he had heard others say that it could shatter heaven and earth and evaporate oceans. He had thought that it was an exaggeration, but now, it seemed that it wasn't too exaggerated. It truly possessed supreme might that was difficult to estimate. An extreme Tao holy weapon is only a dead object in the hands of an ordinary person. Only a supreme existence can revive it. And if one wants to unleash divine might, they need even greater divine force, Jiang Yun said. Yi Fan was in a daze. If a divine lord-level character had such a weapon, they could indeed move unhindered under the heavens, and they wouldn't need to fear anyone. All invaders have been annihilated and turned into powder. However, they aren't real people, but 4 ancient corpses. Someone came to the dragon transformation pool to report. Is there anything particular about those ancient corpses? Jiang Yun asked. Conservatively speaking, they are all ancient supreme existences that have already passed away. There is a terrifying character controlling them. Everyone beside the dragon transformation pool sucked in a cold breath. The corpses of ancient supreme existences weren't that easy to find, and this person actually had 4 of them. He was definitely a terrifying expert with a terrifying background. Jiang Yun sensed the seriousness of the situation and said, he didn't hesitate to destroy 4 powerful incarnations. This is completely a test. This is a terrifying enemy. Someone at the side was doubtful and said, could it be that he has the confidence to break through the extreme Tao weapon? Unless he's a great emperor. Jiang Yun's expression was solemn as he shouted, pass down the order for everyone to be on high alert, especially in front of the divine sun furnace. Other than me, if anyone else dares to approach, no matter who it is, destroy them with the extreme divine might. If someone timidly wanted to say something, I already said that no matter who he is, if he dares to approach, kill him without question. Jiang Yun's expression was ice-cold and solemn. In the latter half of the night, The bell rang out once more, shaking the entire divine city and waking everyone up. The underground palace was thrown into chaos. More people had come to invade. It was a pair of humanoid weapons that had been raised with their own blood essence. They had already formed the power of laws, and were turned to ash by the divine eternal universe furnace. They aren't the same group of people, but they are equally terrifying. If they are willing to bring out such a weapon, then they must be at least a Holy Lord-level powerhouse. The underground palace was filled with tension, as if a storm was brewing. Everyone could feel the seriousness of the situation, and there were constantly people coming to probe. It was almost certain that sooner or later there would be a thunderous strike. What are they relying on? How are they going to resist the divine sun furnace? How are they going to resist the great emperor's holy weapon? The people from the Jiang family were puzzled. I fear this is going to be troublesome. Jiang Yin revealed a worried expression. Someone might come with an extreme Dao weapon to resist my Jiang family's Saint Furnace. How is that possible? Who are they? Do they want to start a war between the Holy Lands? All the elders in front of the dragon transformation pond were stunned. Yi Fan was also dumbfounded. The situation had actually developed to this point, and there was going to be a confrontation between extreme Dao holy weapons. This was earth-shattering news, enough to shake the world. How many tens of thousands of years has it been since a war between the Holy Lands has occurred? Do they really want the earth to flow with rivers of blood? A divine king of my Jiang family has been resurrected. Is there really a need to go to war like this? Are they not afraid that the earth will return to its darkest era? The elders of the Jiang family were all shocked, and they all revealed incomparably solemn expressions. One is for the 9 secrets, and the second is that someone might be deliberately provoking a war between the Holy Lands. Jiang Yin frowned. The people who were taking action were not necessarily the peak powerhouses of the Eastern Wasteland. It was even possible that they were extraordinary characters from other regions. This was what Jiang Yin was truly worried about. This night was incomparably tense. The strength of the enemy was beyond their expectations. If someone came with an extreme Dao holy weapon, and a war broke out, the divine city would no longer exist. When dawn was about to break, an extremely terrifying pressure came from the depths of the underground palace. The expressions of the Jiang family members all changed. They were all too familiar with this. This was the awakening of the great emperor's holy weapon. Quick, activate the eternal universe divine furnace. Jiang Yin shouted. Are they crazy? They really dare to use an extreme Dao holy weapon to resist. Who is it? Doesn't they know the terrifying consequences? The elders of the Jiang family all changed their expressions. Buzz. The void trembled, and heaven and earth were pierced. A vast pressure surged over and rushed into the depths of the underground palace. The eternal universe divine furnace made of phoenix blood gold shone brightly, and was also awakening. A divine phoenix soared into the sky, and the phoenix's cry shook the 9 heavens, resounding through the clouds. What kind of extreme Dao holy weapon is this? The Jiang family members were all shocked. Above the underground palace, that holy weapon was quickly awakening. Boundless divine might surged like a vast ocean, causing the dragon transformation pond to shake. The milky white pond water splashed high into the sky. Protect the divine king old ancestor. They are really crazy. They are willing to go to war with the Holy Lands. Do they want to return to the Dark Era? Our Jiang family is not afraid. Many people shouted. They had decided to fight with their lives on the line. No matter how powerful the invading enemy was, they would not retreat. Chapter 387. Voila! The depths of the underground palace violently trembled. Everyone almost fell onto the ground. The dragon transformation pool splashed about, and Jiang Taishi was almost sent flying. Jiang family's people were greatly alarmed. Several elders took action, each releasing a strand of innate life essence into the old divine king's body. At the same time, they stabilized the dragon transformation pool. Dong. The mysterious great emperor's sacred weapon revived, surging like a vast ocean, piercing through heaven and earth. Many people were almost torn to pieces, unable to endure this type of extreme divine might. If not for the sun divine furnace suppressing this place, everything would no longer exist, definitely turning into ashes. Despite this being the case, the underground palace was still riddled with holes. Hong! The eternal universe divine furnace released a soft cry, releasing endless radiance. The scarlet gold divine phoenix rushed into the sky. It was also reviving, resisting the other great emperor's sacred weapon, moreover occupying the initiative. The underground palace finally calmed down, surrounded by the phoenix blood scarlet gold's radiance. Within a type of divine scarlet light, it was full of warm divine force. However, the outside world was already boiling, as if the Milky Way of the 9 heavens was descending. Divine multicolored light shot in all directions, scarlet light curling about in the sky. Even the divine city seemed to be burning. At this moment, the entire city was terrified, not a single person able to remain calm. Most people fell weakly onto the ground. This type of power was too great, almost no one able to endure it. Meanwhile, all of this was because the 2 sacred weapons were reviving. They still hadn't displayed their extreme divine might, or else the entire divine city would become the dust of history under a single strike. Who exactly is it? Are they really going to face the Jiang family's divine furnace head-on? Heavens, what happened? Someone came with an extreme weapon. Are the 2 great emperors' sacred weapons confronting each other? Please don't attack, or else the mountains and rivers will collapse, the great earth will cave in, and everything will be destroyed. No one will be able to leave alive. In the divine city, many people cried out in fear, and even more people were silently praying. If the 2 sides truly fought, it would be countless times more terrifying than right now. No one wished for that type of battle to happen. The great emperor's sacred weapons revival was already this powerful. If they truly took action and collided, it would be unimaginable just what kind of scene it would be. At this moment, everyone was incredibly bewildered, not knowing which great emperor's sacred weapon was confronting the Jiang family. It was because they couldn't see through it at all, everything becoming hazy. The divine furnace cast from Phoenix blood scarlet gold illuminated heaven and earth. A divine phoenix spread its wings, almost crushing down on the divine city. It was incomparably large, covering even the sky. Meanwhile, the other great emperor holy weapon was in a murky state. Only a terrifying pressure could be felt, and no traces of it could be seen. It was purposely hiding itself, not wanting to expose itself before the eyes of the world. It was to the extent that even its fluctuations were unfathomable. One could only sense the emperor's might, but not its unique charm and unique aura. It was precisely because it had intentionally concealed it that its recovery was far slower than the eternal universe divine furnace, and it was practically on the verge of being suppressed, causing it to be unable to reveal an even more terrifying emperor might. In the depths of the underground palace, in front of the dragon transformation pool, Jiang Yun and the other elders all frowned. They carefully sensed around, but they still couldn't determine which great emperor holy weapon it was. The other party had concealed it too well. Yi Fan had no way of knowing. He hadn't even seen the divine sun cauldron. The sacred cauldron forged from Phoenix blood scarlet gold was above and not below, but it sealed the dragon transformation pool. Who is targeting us? Who wants to kill our Jiang family's divine king? The experts of the Jiang family were bewildered. In the eastern wilderness, the number of extreme path sacred weapons in the hands of the people could be counted on one hand. The Jade Pool had one, and the Monster Race Great Emperor had one. In addition, the Alcade clan had a dragon pattern cauldron, the Ji clan had an ancient void mirror, and the Jiang clan had an eternal universe cauldron. Which one was it? In the vast world, there were millions of empires and tens of thousands of years, but only 5 perfect sacred weapons had been forged, and they were held by the various great powers. Every time they were used, they would be easily destroyed. Boom. The great emperor's sacred weapon was suppressed by the divine sun cauldron too much. It swallowed the essence energy of heaven and earth and instantly sucked dry all the spiritual energy in the divine city. Unleash your divine might. Jiang Yun suddenly shouted. What? Are we really going to activate the divine sun cauldron? The elders of the Jiang family were all shocked. The enemy has come knocking on our door. What do we have to fear? Bring out the Saint Furnace for me. If the divine city turns to ashes because of this, I will take responsibility for it alone. Jiang Yun was incomparably resolute. They could infer what kind of terrifying consequences there would be if the eternal universe cauldron was brought out. The elders present were all alarmed. What boldness! A cold snort came from above the underground palace. Then the pressure of the extreme Dao sacred weapon retreated like the tide. The other party fled far away, not daring to face it head-on. The Jiang family also let out a long breath. In the end, they didn't bring out the Saint Furnace. Otherwise, the divine city would definitely be flattened, and it would cause a huge uproar. After an unknown period of time, the world finally calmed down. However, the cultivators in the divine city found it hard to calm down. All of them were incomparably excited. The two great emperors' sacred weapons confronted each other. They almost pierced through heaven and earth and destroyed everything here. Everyone felt a lingering fear and wanted to escape. However, the divine city was sealed and no one could leave. Staying in such a terrifying city caused many cultivators to feel a chill down their spines. In the early morning, Yi Fan wrote out the second prescription. He took out a white jade bottle. After opening it, a fragrant fragrance flowed out, but it wasn't very strong. What is this? Jiang Yin asked. A rare treasure of heaven and earth. Extract its essence. Yi Fan didn't even know what it was. When he cut the divine treasures left behind by the Yuan Taoist master for the second time, besides a purple stone core, he also obtained some liquid that seemed to be the melted divine fruit. Jiang Yin took it and carefully examined it. He was moved and said, "It contains endless vitality, even more than the divine spring." What? The elders next to him were shocked and looked at the crystal-clear liquid in the jade bottle. Is this the juice of some kind of rare fruit of heaven and earth? No one present could recognize it. In the end, they decided to refine it, extract its essence and vitality, and inject it into Jiang Taishu's body. In the next 2 days, the divine city was very peaceful. No one tried to enter the dragon transformation pool. All the peerless masters seemed to be shocked by the great emperor's sacred weapon. Many cultivators gradually relaxed and continued to track down Yi Fan's whereabouts, hoping to find him. This was especially true for those from the ancient Genesis techniques. Ouyangye's eyes were like lightning, and there were several times when she approached the dragon transformation pool. The saints and saintesses sent out a large number of people, and almost turned the divine city upside down, but they still found nothing. They couldn't do anything. They would never have thought that Yi Fan was hiding in the dragon transformation pool, the most heavily guarded place in the city. Even if someone knew, they didn't have the courage to enter. After 2 days, although Jiang Taishu's body was still very dry, there was a trace of vitality. He was not as lifeless as before, like a piece of dead wood. Seeing this scene, everyone was overjoyed. The old divine king might be saved. When the elders present looked at Yi Fan, they all showed kindness. They were grateful. Maybe we can use the divine medicine. I'll go to the Sky Demon Palace to discuss and get the Qilin seed, Jiang Yin said. I'm afraid that someone with a weapon of the Great Path will ambush us there. An elder showed a worried look. The enemy had a great emperor's saint weapon. If they walked out of the dragon transformation pool, without the protection of the eternal universe divine furnace, even a powerful expert would die with a grievance. There's no need for the divine medicine seed. I have a third prescription. Yi Fan took out a small bottle. Before he opened it, the underground palace was filled with a fragrance. This is. Many people looked over. The essence of the divine medicine. Yi Fan spat out these 4 words. The elders were petrified on the spot. He handed the small bottle to Jiang Yun. The moment he opened it, the intoxicating fragrance attracted everyone's mind, almost making them sink and lose themselves. It really is a divine medicine. Everyone present came from the clan of the ancients and had extraordinary insight. In an instant, they could tell whether it was real or fake, confirming that it was undoubtedly a divine medicine. Everyone was dumbfounded, almost unable to believe it. This is the essence blood coughed out by the true dragon divine medicine. Unfortunately, I couldn't catch its body. I didn't know it could fly, Yi Fan explained regretfully to everyone present. You found a divine medicine, and caught it. The elders were dumbfounded. What was a divine medicine? It was a holy object between heaven and earth. Even in the archaic era, it was difficult to find a few stalks. It had long gone extinct, and none of the Holy Lands had a single stalk. Within the small bottle were 9 little dragons, dazzling with golden light. They were vivid and lifelike, just like real dragons. It was extremely magical, and the fragrance intoxicated the group of elders. 9 drops of divine medicine essence blood. Perhaps it can revive the old ancestor. The group of elders were trembling as they bowed to Yi Fan. All of them were incomparably excited. Seniors, there's no need to be like this. Yi Fan hid to the side. Under the heavens, apart from the 7 great forbidden lands, there really isn't a single archaic divine medicine left. This kind of great kindness is difficult to repay. The group of elders expressed their gratitude. We should hurry and revive the divine king, Yi Fan said. Right, hurry and refine it. The divine medicine can't exist in this world for long. We can't waste even the slightest bit. The elders' expressions were incomparably solemn. The 9 elders stepped forward and took out 9 dazzling little dragons from the bottle. Each of them spat out a ray of innate divine light, which was imprinted on one of the little dragons and shot towards Jiang Taishu. With a strong fragrance, the 9 little dragons circled around Jiang Taishu's body, as if 9 real dragons were taking shape. They were like living creatures, almost psychic. Even his withered body was sparkling and translucent. The archaic divine medicine is indeed magical. It contains the essence of immortality, and can revive the dead. Everyone was amazed. We have to be careful tonight. I have a feeling that something will happen. Jiang Yin reminded. Everyone's heart trembled. These days, every night in the divine city, blood and energy soared into the sky like a huge dragon soaring into the sky. One could imagine how many terrifying figures had come. If someone came again with a great emperor's holy weapon, those people would move upon hearing the news. It would be a disaster, and the old divine king would most likely be killed. The ominous premonition had come true. On this night, everyone in the Jiang clan felt a terrifying aura, covering the sky and earth as it rushed over. Everyone in the divine city was shocked. As long as they raised their heads, they could see dragon-shaped blood and energy surging into the dragon transformation pool. Within the divine city, all the terrifying figures were mobilized. The blood dragons were incomparably thick, piercing through the sky and earth. They were majestic, and their divine power surged like an ocean. Every one of them was like an eternal divine furnace. Their blood and energy were exuberant, burning fiercely, reaching into the sky. They were so powerful that it made people tremble. These people were definitely at the level of a divine lord, or even stronger. When they gathered together, their blood and energy were like the sea, almost boiling, causing the divine city to shake. They wanted to kill the divine king, Jiang Taishu, and not allow him to revive. Tonight they would launch a thunderous attack. These people didn't know each other, but they had a feeling that they had come here together. They were going to attack together, and destroy the former heaven-subduing divine king. Boom! The eternal universe furnace revived. Endless rays of light shot into the sky, and the entire divine city trembled. The phoenix blood and gold interweaved into the ultimate truth of the great Tao, covering the sky and earth. At this moment, it moved the 9 heavens above and the 9 underworlds below. It had become the only sacred furnace in the world, suppressing everything. It was an eternal divine object. The sacred weapon of the ancient emperors revived. Endless divine might surged, like a great river entering the sea, surging and roaring. It was like a red sun falling from the sky, crashing into the earth. But soon, another sacred weapon of the ancient emperors also revived, blocking the eternal universe divine furnace. It was as if millions of stars were falling, and the sky was filled with dazzling light. In the sky above the divine city, it was as if there were tens of thousands of silver rivers surging. The sacred weapons of the ancient emperors were reviving, and they constantly resisted each other. The divine city was shaken, and the heavens were shaken. True dragon-like blood and energy rushed into the sky, one after another, slowly moving, approaching the dragon transformation pool. A group of terrifying experts of unknown origins were finally going to attack, to kill the divine king. The lamentable divine king, Jiang Taishu, was heroic and imposing in the past. He looked down on the world, and no one dared to provoke him. But now someone came knocking on his door, wanting to take his life. More than 4,000 years ago, the peerless and elegant divine king, when compared to his past, it could be said that he was in his twilight years. It couldn't be said that this was a kind of sorrow. A hero wouldn't be allowed to see his white hair in this world. Chapter 388. You're going too far, Jiang Yin shouted, his voice shaking the entire divine city and reaching everyone's ears. He couldn't help but be angry. So many powerful characters came to kill the old divine king together. They were determined not to let Jiang Taishu revive, and wanted to destroy him together. If time was reversed 4,000 years ago, who would dare to fight against our divine king? Now that he's old and in danger, what kind of peak expert can he be considered? Jiang Yun's voice was cold. His killing intent swept out like a tide. Time moves on. It's time for the divine king to die. Why must you all be like this? You can't protect him at all. He has no chance of reviving. A low voice rang out. Boom. In the darkness, the unknown great emperor's sacred weapon was revived. It was like an ancient beast opening its mouth, swallowing the world. In an instant, it sucked dry all the essence energy in the divine city. It was resisting the eternal universe divine furnace. Its terrifying fluctuations were like a surging ocean. It was as if an ancient king had come into being, or as if a deity was overlooking the common people. At the same time, the cry of a phoenix shook the heavens, clear and distant, ringing out in everyone's hearts. A supreme divine might rushed out, causing the entire divine city to tremble. A divine phoenix spread its wings. It was incomparably huge, covering the night sky and the ancient city, suppressing the unknown sacred weapon below. The aura of an ancient great emperor pervaded the air. Tonight, everyone wanted nothing more than to immediately flee. The divine city was suffocating. Around the dragon transformation pool, it was as if there were many eternal divine furnaces burning. Streams of dragon-like blood chi pierced through the heavens and earth, almost boiling. Peak experts pressed in from all directions. The essence blood in their bodies was like a tsunami, gushing out like volcanoes. They linked together, sweeping up the heavens. The heavens were shaking, the earth was moving, and people's hearts were trembling. The divine city was filled with an austere aura. Endless fear and pressure made it hard for people to breathe. Many cultivators had already collapsed to the ground, finding it hard to bear. Unleash the divine might of the extreme Tao, Jiang Yin shouted, decisively and coldly making such a decision. His voice seemed to come from the depths of hell, cold and emotionless. All the cultivators in the divine city could hear it. Everyone felt their bodies turn cold, cold sweat drenching their bodies. The revival of the great emperor's sacred weapon was already so terrifying. Who would be able to withstand it? No one could remain calm. All of them cried out in fear. If the sacred sun furnace was unleashed, the divine city would definitely cease to exist. No one would be able to survive. Are we really going to fight? The voices of some elders of the Jiang family were trembling. Beat them up. Jiang Yun's voice was cold. At the side, Yi Fan's heart was rather restless. He hadn't expected that things would come to this. If it was him, what would he do? There was no other choice but to fight. Buzz. The divine sun cauldron's radiance was endless, turning the night into day. The phoenix blood was like the sun, the multicolored haze dazzling, almost poignant and beautiful. A blood-dyed phoenix sword. This part of the world was on the verge of collapsing. The eternal universe Saint Furnace was on the verge of completely reviving. Terrifying fluctuations instantly rushed out, causing the skies to tremble and the earth to tremble. The great emperor's sacred weapon, which had been dormant for many years, was about to unleash a devastating attack, wiping out all living beings on this land. It was as if an ancient god had been born. But at this critical moment, the void stagnated. It was like an endless swamp had appeared and the Saint Furnace had fallen into it. I can't strike out the Saint Furnace. Several elders of the Jiang family cried out in alarm. They were the ones controlling the extreme Tao weapons. What happened? Jiang Yun could no longer remain calm. Many Saint Sovereign-level characters had come to invade, and they also had the great emperor's divine treasures. The sacred sun cauldron was the only thing they could rely on. In this part of the world, the incomplete runes of the great emperor have been inscribed, connecting the eternal universe furnace and the great emperor's sacred weapon together. The great emperor's sacred weapon is mutually suppressing each other, unable to be activated. Several elders of the Jiang family were incomparably anxious. Jiang Yun's expression changed. The other party had come prepared, actually thinking of such a method. The great emperor's sacred weapon was mutually suppressing each other, unable to be separated in a short period of time. To them this was a disaster. Kill the divine king. Cut off Jiang Taishi's head. Send the dying divine king on his way. Voices rang out from all directions where the dragon transformation pool was located, cold and emotionless. They were all Saint Sovereign level characters, and each of them was a peak level expert that looked down on everyone. Their voices weren't loud, but they rang out throughout the entire divine city. Everyone could hear them, cold and cruel. Their low words were like divine hammers smashing into the hearts of others. The Jiang family can't stop them. The divine king's path is at its end, and he can't escape death. The other party came with the great emperor's sacred weapon, not inferior to the Jiang family. The two sacred weapons are mutually suppressing each other, and the Jiang family is powerless. No matter how strong the Jiang family is, they can't stop the alliance of so many peak-level experts. The number of Saint Sovereigns is simply incomparable. In the Divine City, some of the older generation were horrified, and they couldn't help but discuss in a low voice. In such a battle, the Jiang family would most likely suffer heavy losses, and their sacred weapon might even be snatched away. Boom. On the underground palace, one of the Saint Sovereigns made a move, smashing the ground into pieces with a single palm strike. Rubble flew into the air, and the entire palace turned into dust. Pa! Another person made a move, smashing down with a palm strike. The ground sunk, and large cracks appeared one after another. A huge sinkhole appeared, and the underground palace was right in front of them. These people were all cold and emotionless, and no one knew who they were. Each of them was shrouded in a thick fog, and it was impossible to see through them. No one would reveal their true identity. The powerful killing intent caused the underground palace to collapse. They entered in a single file, and without any words, their killing intent was like the ocean, silently surging. The underground palace was as cold as an icehouse. It was extremely rare for so many terrifying characters to appear at the same time, and all of them were here to kill a dying old man. Each of them was filled with an austere aura. The life of my clan's divine king, the battle word chant of the 9 secrets, and the secret of great Emperor Wu Shi. Which one do you want for you to come in such a large scale? Jiang Yun calmly faced these people. All of them. One of them was shrouded in black fog, and his voice was hoarse, emitting boundless killing intent. If you want to know all of this, you need to revive my divine king to know. You guys are too impatient. Jiang Yun swept his gaze over these people. There's no need to revive him. Soul search is enough. The other two spoke separately. Their words were short and powerful, and they didn't want to waste a single word. Since that's the case, you guys can step over my dead body first. 2 beams of divine light shot out from Jiang Yun's eyes. A spear appeared in his hand, and an ancient pagoda floated above his head. If you want to die, we'll fulfill your wish. 2 of them slowly walked forward. The underground palace shook as if it was about to collapse. The ancient pagoda floated above Jiang Yun's head. His battle intent soared into the sky, and he stood alone in the underground palace. The black spear flickered with a cold light as it pointed forward, blocking everyone. Wang. The 2 divine lords that were walking forward suddenly retreated with great difficulty. Every step they took caused a huge earthquake. They seemed to have used up all of their energy, and they were almost trembling. Great Emperor's Array Runes! They exclaimed at the same time. At the same time, Jiang Yun attacked. The spear in his hand slashed out a black light that tore through the void and pierced through the chests of the 2, wanting to cut them in half. Pa! The expressions of the 2 changed. Their hands trembled as they resisted the black spear, but their feet were not in a mess. They continued to retreat rhythmically. One of their hands was as translucent as jade, while the other was as red as blood. They interweaved with the power of laws, piercing through the void and blocking the spear. Boom. Jiang Yun was as fast as lightning. He rushed forward with the black spear in his hand. At the same time, The ancient pagoda above his head enlarged and pressed forward. Pung pung pung. The underground palace shook. The battle between the three was so fast that it was dazzling. The void was torn apart, and the two supreme experts retreated from the array runes with great difficulty. One of them was bleeding from his shoulder. The array runes of an ancient great emperor. When they retreated to a safe place, they shouted in unison as if their hearts were filled with lingering fear. The Jiang clan once had the Hengyu heavenly emperor, so there must be some array runes left behind. However, it is impossible for them to restore such a heaven-defying array rune. Someone coldly said from the side. There is less than 1/10 of this array rune, and it is so badly damaged. It can only delay for a while. Another person said. One after another, figures walked forward. A total of 13 people stood at the front, and they worked together to break the damaged array runes. They didn't want to give the Jiang clan any more time. This was an incomparably terrifying force. With so many divine lords working together, it was enough to sweep through the world. If the ancient sages didn't appear, who could stop them? Gotcha! They attacked together, causing the earth to crumble. They wanted to destroy the innate Tao runes and destroy everything here. However, the dim runes didn't disappear. They remained in the air, isolating them from the outside world. They couldn't truly charge in. The ancient great emperors are indeed terrifying. However, the remnant array runes he left behind are enough to stop so many terrifying characters. Yi Fan sighed in his heart. At the same time, he felt that things weren't looking good. He thought that he had thought of a brilliant plan to hide here, so that the people in the God City wouldn't be able to find him. Who would have thought that after leaving the dragon's pond, he would enter the tiger's den? The dragon transformation pool was even more dangerous than the other places in the God City. So many terrifying characters were gathered here, wanting to kill the divine kings. Pa. The 13 major characters worked together to destroy the Tao runes in the air. They used their shocking divine might to attack again and again. And finally, there was some effect. This is just an incomplete array rune. If you could set up 1/10 of the array, we wouldn't be able to charge in. One of them said with a voice like metal clashing, sonorous and powerful. The dragon transformation pool was crowded with people. The experts of the Jiang clan were gathered here, and all of them were frowning. The eternal universe divine furnace couldn't be used yet, and it was fighting against another great emperor's saint weapon. In the milky white pool water, the essence blood coughed up by the true dragon divine medicine. Out of the 9 little dragons, 6 had been refined and entered Jiang Taishu's body. His body was no longer as withered as before, and traces of vitality appeared. However, there was still no sign of him waking up or reviving. It was still silent in the pool water. Everyone had a bad premonition. Could it be that even after refining the 9 little dragons, the divine king wouldn't be able to revive? We can't let them break the array runes. Otherwise, if these people rush in, all our efforts will be for nothing. A dozen elders of the Jiang clan stepped out, each of them surging with vitality and essence energy. They strode to the edge of the array runes to resist the powerful enemies. Boom! Even through the array runes, it was difficult to resist the tsunami-like divine power. Both sides fought fiercely, but the difference in strength was huge. Puff puffed. Almost as soon as they started fighting, 4 elders were beaten into meat paste and turned into a bloody mist, leaving nothing behind. It didn't mean that the older one was, the stronger one was. These elders were the supreme elders of the Jiang clan, and no one knew how old they were, but they were no match for people of the divine lord level. Come back! Jiang Yin shouted. He didn't want the people of his clan to die in vain. He couldn't stop these people at all, and he couldn't delay them for even a moment. Boom! Suddenly, the last attack was unleashed. The 13 great experts obliterated the array runes that were branded in the void, and the incomplete great emperor's Tao pattern disappeared completely. Jiang Taishu, I'm coming for your head. Divine King Jiang, it's enough for you to dominate an era. There's no need for you to come back to life again. Since ancient times, how many people have been able to kill peerless divine kings? Today, I'm lucky enough to stain my hands with divine blood. It's a great joy in life. The 13 divine lord level characters walked over, and even the sky trembled. Their words spread throughout the divine city, and everyone's expression changed. They were about to succeed in killing a divine king. The 13 great figures stepped forward, and the divine city shook. Who in the world could defeat them if they joined forces? Even the ancient sages would frown when they returned. Boundless murderous intent surged, and the 13 great figures sneered as they advanced. Killing a divine king was imminent. Swish! Suddenly, 2 bolts of cold lightning shot out from the dragon transformation pool. They were like the divine light of the primordial era that cut through the void, making people tremble and want to worship them. Jiang Taishu is alive. The expressions of the 13 divine lord-level characters changed, and they all retreated in shock. This was the power of a peerless divine king. Even though 4,000 years had passed when he revived, he still shocked everyone. Even many divine lord-level characters standing together were frightened away. Chapter 389. In the dragon transformation pool, Jiang Taishu lay motionless in the water. He did not get up, but the divine light in his eyes was frightening. He stared coldly at the 13 divine lords. Thump, thump, thump. The 13 major characters who ruled over their own territories took a few steps back. They were intimidated by the aura and couldn't help but shiver. They couldn't help but retreat. Jiang Taishu's offensive power was well known. Who could compete with him in the past 5,000 years? If he was reborn, even a divine lord would be beaten to death. Old divine king, you're awake. That's great. Ancestor, you've finally been reborn. The heavens have eyes. The divine king of the Jiang family has been reborn. The people of the Jiang family were shocked and overjoyed. They all shouted excitedly, and some even cried tears of joy. Jiang Taishu was not old when he disappeared, but now he was called ancestor. It could be said that he had been dreaming for thousands of years. The ups and downs of the mortal world had changed. Almost everyone he knew no longer existed in this world. Most of his juniors had long since surpassed the age at which he had disappeared. He would never see anyone of his generation again. The divine king was reborn. He glanced at everyone and carefully looked at his descendants. He did not say a word, and no one knew what he was feeling at the moment. Finally, when he saw Yi Fan, he showed a trace of emotion for the first time. He seemed to be stunned for a moment, but then he quickly calmed down. Jiang Taishu, so what if you've been reborn? This is not 4,000 years ago. It's not your era. Not far from the dragon transformation pool, a great figure shrouded in black fog said in a low voice. His eyes were like an abyss, staring coldly in front of him. At this moment, the other terrifying figures also calmed down. They were not ordinary people, so they instantly calmed down. No matter how famous Jiang Taishu was, he was a hero at the end of his road. After being sealed for 4,000 years, his lifespan had long dried up. It was a miracle that he could wake up. Could he still fight? The people of the Jiang family felt as if cold water had been poured over them. They suddenly thought of all this, and their hearts were full of unwillingness. Unless he is the reincarnation of a great emperor, how can he get up and kill the enemy? Another divine lord shouted. Divine King Jiang wasn't born in the same era as you, yet you met him in your twilight years. I wonder whose regret it is. Today, all of us will send you on your way. Rest in peace. 13 sacred lords stepped forward together. The depths of the underground palace shook, and water splashed everywhere from the dragon transformation pond. Slay a godly king. These 4 words were like a 10,000 gene hammer, smashing down on everyone's hearts. They contained endless killing intent as they pressed down on the old divine king. At this moment, everyone in the divine city was shocked. They could hear these words clearly, and all of their hearts were shaken. The many overlords were really going to make a move. How dare you? Jiang Yun stepped forward, an ancient pagoda hovering above his head, a black battle halberd in his hand. He stood before the dragon transformation pool, and continuously shook his divine weapon, dispelling the shocking killing intent. At the same time, many of the Jiang clan's older generation also took action. They blocked the 4 characters' killing intent and scattered it in the air. Pu. Apart from Jiang Yun, the other elders all coughed out large mouthfuls of blood. The killing intent released by the 13 sacred lords was enough to kill powerful cultivators. Not many could withstand it. Many people staggered backwards, and they almost fell to the ground. The 13 people in front were all overlords of their own regions, and they couldn't contend against them at all. One of the almighty figures coldly stared at Jiang Yun and said, "The Jiang clan's sacred lord has a future, so why are you courting death? There are so many of you, each of you looking down on a region and dominating a region. Now you actually joined hands to kill a sorrowful old man. Don't you feel ashamed?" Jiang Yun shouted. "We came for the secret of great Emperor Wu Shi, for the 9 secret Do word formula. Slay a godly king is only ranked 3rd. A godly king of a generation is worthy of so many almighty figures sending him off. This can also be considered a form of respect for him. Otherwise, dying alone in the hands of a single person would be the doomsday god king's sorrow." Jiang Yun coldly shouted. "You make it sound nice, but everyone has their declining years. Aren't you afraid of suffering the same treatment? 800 years later, I'm willing to wait for my descendants to kill me." A voice sneered and swept his gaze over the few middle-aged and young generation of the Jiang clan. "I'm just afraid that you haven't lived as long as I have. Jiang Taishu, tell me Mount Purple's secret and write down the battle saint technique. Then, I'll spare your descendants. Everyone here is your direct descendant. You don't want to watch them get killed, do you? Even the eternal universe sacred furnace has been blocked. Even if the Jiang clan comes out in full force, they won't be able to save you. Moreover, you're already at the end of your rope. Why are you still stubbornly holding on?" The 13 sacred lords once again released a bone-chilling killing intent that penetrated through the human wall and pierced through the old godly King Jiang. At this moment, the almighty Jiang Yun couldn't help but cough out a mouthful of blood. He was the only one who was on equal footing with these people. How could he contend against them? "Jiang Yun, since you want to die, we'll fulfill your wish. Then we'll kill the godly king." The 13 almighty figures stepped forward together, and the underground palace almost collapsed. A terrifying pressure swept through the sky like a vast ocean, sweeping away all obstacles. Walala! In the dragon transformation pool, the sound of water rang out. The withered body slowly sat up, and slowly stood up. The divine light in his eyes was even more dazzling, as if it could pierce through a person's body. Jiang Taishu walked onto the shore step by step. He was still all skin and bones, looking extremely thin and weak, but his movements were firm and powerful. "Ancestor! Godly King Ancestor! What's wrong with you? What are you doing?" The people of the Jiang clan exclaimed. They didn't expect Jiang Taishu to be able to stand up and reach the shore alone. Then he headed straight for the 13 almighty figures. At this moment, every time he took a step, there was a kind of pulsing sound between heaven and earth. It wasn't very heavy, and it didn't shake the underground palace at all. However, this rhythm was like the divine drum of the ancient heaven that had been broken for millions of years. It pounded on everyone's hearts, and even the almighty figure's heart shrank. Thump, thump, thump. This was an indescribably terrifying rhythm. It was like the innate great Tao was echoing. The people of the Jiang clan couldn't help but make way for him. It was all a subconscious action. Umph. A divine lord-level figure snorted coldly. He wanted to interrupt this terrifying rhythm, but he couldn't. Instead, it was even more frightening. He's about to enter the grave. What's there to be afraid of? An almighty figure stepped forward and directly attacked. He rushed up like a bolt of black lightning. Jiang Yun blocked with his halberd, but the other 2 almighty figures acted together and blocked him, not giving him a chance to move forward. "Divine King Jiang, I'll send you on your way." That person rushed forward in the blink of an eye. He raised his hand and slammed it down. This was not just a palm, but also a kind of heaven and earth rule. One could even faintly see Tao patterns interweaving, forming a web of order, displaying the tangible power of the law. The people of the Jiang clan were heartbroken. They wanted to stop him, but it was impossible. This was a mighty lord. Apart from Jiang Yun, no one could stop him. However, Jiang Taishu was still fearless. He walked forward step by step, and the rhythm of his steps was not disrupted at all. Suddenly, 2 rays of scarlet light shot out from his eyes. They were the same color as the phoenix blood scarlet gold. They became the only thing between heaven and earth, brilliant and eternal. It was as if the eternal universe sacred furnace had rushed out. Ah! The almighty figure screamed. His slamming palm was pierced through by the light. The order rule he had interwoven was instantly destroyed, and the scarlet light rushed forward like a cloud of smoke. Puff! Blood splattered. The almighty figure's eyes were pierced through by the scarlet light, and the light came out from the back of his head. He screamed and flew backward. What? How is this possible? Jiang Taishu can still fight in his twilight years. Behind them, the other divine lords were all shocked. A dying old divine king could still have such divine power. Elder. Divine King Elder. The people of the Jiang clan were shocked and pleasantly surprised. They had never thought that Jiang Taishu would have such combat strength as soon as he woke up. From this, one could only imagine how powerful Jiang Taishu was 4,000 years ago. He must have been heroic and majestic, with infinite grace. The almighty figure's eyes were pierced through, and the light came out from his head. He did not die. At this level of cultivation, he could regenerate his limbs, and it was difficult to kill him. However, he was seriously injured and lost the ability to fight. I, Jiang Taishu, have been unstoppable all my life, and no one has ever forced me like this. Divine King Jiang finally spoke. His voice was like the roar of a divine bell, echoing in the underground palace and reaching every corner of the divine city. Heavens, Jiang Taishu has revived and regained his combat strength. In the divine city, many cultivators heard his voice and were all shocked. That's Jiang Taishu talking. An old divine king who is almost 5,000 years old. Wasn't he a lamp that had run out of oil? How can he be so powerful just after waking up? The people in the divine city were shocked, and they could not believe all of this. So many divine lords went to kill the divine king, but in the end, he was revived. In the underground palace, Jiang Taishu was still walking forward. His rhythm did not change, but it was becoming more and more terrifying. Not good. The almighty figure at the front cried out. His heart was in so much pain that it was about to burst, and he quickly retreated. Bang! Jiang Taishu's last step was extremely heavy, and the underground palace almost collapsed. The almighty figure screamed and spat out a mouthful of blood. The 13 divine lords were really stunned. They all retreated, leaving the dragon transformation pool in an instant, and looked at the old divine king with shock and uncertainty. Jiang Taishu stood there like a pine tree, unmoving. Then, with a sudden shout, he pressed his hands into the void and drew several lines. The great emperor's formation pattern. Everyone was shocked. Between Jiang Taishu's hands, the order of the laws appeared, and they were branded in the void. Mysterious runes were carved and they shone like stars. All of this happened too quickly. The old divine king restored the patterns that Jiang Yin had carved in an instant, and they continued to evolve and develop, making the patterns even more terrifying and unfathomable. But at this moment, his body suddenly stiffened, and a trace of black blood flowed out of his mouth. He fell straight down. Old ancestor. Divine King Ancestor. The people of the Jiang clan were shocked. They rushed forward to help him up, and then carried him into the dragon transformation pool. Jiang Taishu had no blood to cough, and there was only a trace of sticky black blood at the corner of his mouth. He was almost at the end of his oil. If it were not for the 9 little dragons swimming in his body, his life would have been extinguished. Chapter 390. Divine King Jiang lives up to his reputation. Even though he is dying, he still has the demeanor of a proud son of heaven. Unfortunately, time cannot be turned back. Your era has come to an end. Even though this great emperor formation is complex and profound, you have only developed a corner of it. You have the will but not the power. At most, you can only stop us for one day. The 13 divine sovereigns were very cold. Some had eyes as empty as the abyss, while some had eyes as deep as the starry sky. They were cold and emotionless as they stared at the divine king in the dragon transformation pool. What should we do? The Jiang family powerhouses looked worried. They were the direct descendants of the divine king. Naturally, they could not bear to see the old divine king killed. One day should be enough. I can revive the divine king. Yi Fan strode forward and came to the edge of the dragon transformation pool. With a flash of light in his hand, a small white jade cauldron appeared. In an instant, a fragrance that made people want to sink into it spread out. Almost everyone could not help but take a deep breath. All the pores on their bodies opened up. This was an intoxicating feeling. Divine medicine. The Jiang family people were shocked. How is this possible? The Qilin seed was sealed in the Heaven Demon Treasure Tower. How can there be a divine medicine? The 13 divine sovereigns were shocked. This is not good. If Jiang Taishu really revives and seals the divine city with the eternal universe divine furnace, none of us will be able to escape. He will kill us one by one. Quick, attack with all your strength. Break the great emperor's formation. We cannot give him a chance. The 13 divine sovereigns could not calm down. Their hearts were in turmoil. They all did their best to attack. Divine medicine. Very good. There is hope for this old man to live. Cough. A sudden voice sounded. He coughed continuously as if he would die at any time. A trembling old man appeared in the underground palace. There were only a few dozen strands of hair on his head like weeds. His face was full of wrinkles like old tree bark. Jiang Taishu, it has been 4,000 years. I miss you so much. Cough. He bent his body and trembled as he moved forward. I will accept the divine medicine. It is useless for you to eat it. The 13 super powerhouses' expressions stiffened. They could not help but retreat. The sudden appearance of this old man, and his words were really frightening. Who was he? What was his background? Parting for 4,000 years. This was too scary. Could it be that this old man was over 4,000 years old, and was someone from the same era as Jiang Taishu? No matter how one listened, that was definitely the meaning. This was truly a heaven-defying old monster. He was actually from the same generation as a divine king, having the same lifespan. In normal circumstances, a Holy Lord level character could live for over 2,000 years. Yet this person had lived for over 4,000 years and still hadn't died. This was truly horrifying and horrifying. What kind of old man was this? He was definitely a character of the previous generation's old Holy Master's generation, but how did he survive until today? Who are you? The people of the Jiang family shouted. They all felt a headache coming on. With the birth of such a monstrous genius, in a situation where they couldn't use the eternal universe Saint Furnace, they really didn't know how to deal with it. I'm an old friend of Jiang Taishu. I really hope that he can wake up and reminisce with him. It's a pity that there's only one stock of godly medicine. It's better for him to sleep forever. The old man staggered forward as if it was extremely strenuous. However, no one dared to look down on him. The 13 Holy Lord level characters couldn't help but open up a path for him. At this time, everyone noticed that a strand of black mist would seep out from his body from time to time. It actually carried a thick aura of death and the smell of rotting corpses. Everyone was shocked. They were extremely puzzled and filled with disbelief. This should be a dead person. His body even had the smell of rotting corpses. Yes, every time a strand of black mist seeped out, this smell would waft out. It was nauseating and disgusting, almost unbearable. Your body has already died, so how are you still alive? One of the 13 Holy Lord level characters asked. They were all overlords of their own regions. Even if the other party had lived for 4,000 years, they still didn't fear him. They similarly dared to open their mouths and ask. Apart from the Divine King physique, how many people in this world can live past 4,000 years? When the old Holy Lords reached the end of their lifespans, all of them entered the great wastelands. However, who was able to appear in this world alive? This old man was trembling. He walked in front of the great emperor's formation patterns and carefully observed them. Then he said, 4,000 years of undying is a legend. The old Holy Lords have all returned to the earth. At the very least, I have never seen a single one come out. For this old one to be able to return to the world of mortals, it can also be considered a miracle. Everyone looked at him in shock. There's no need to look at this old one like that. I still don't have that heaven-defying strength. My flesh has indeed died, and only my divine sense is still alive. He admitted that he was a living dead person. How exactly did you do it? The 13 Holy Lord level characters asked. They urgently wanted to know, because there were some among them whose lifespans were reaching the end of their lifespans. In the past, Jiang Taishu looked down on the world. This old one and 2 other friends were chased by him, until there was no path to heaven, and no gate to earth. We fled into Undying Mountain. Unfortunately, surviving a great disaster doesn't necessarily mean that there will be good fortune in the future. We didn't obtain the undying divine medicine, but we accidentally ate a stalk of underworld grass. What? Everyone was shocked. Underworld grass was something from the legends. It grew in the Yellow Springs and didn't belong to the mortal world. It shouldn't have appeared in this world. I have to say that Undying Mountain is a strange place. We didn't see that Tao Comprehension ancient tea tree. In the past, the 3 great experts were chased into Undying Mountain by Jiang Taishu. After surviving a great disaster, they unexpectedly discovered a Yellow Springs pond and picked up a stalk of strange grass. They thought it was a divine medicine, but after eating it, their flesh instantly released a rotting smell. The 3 of them became half human and half ghost existences. Their flesh was completely destroyed, and it was difficult for their cultivation to advance. However, they didn't die. Underworld grass was rare in this world, and was an exceptional wondrous item. It had a poison that could make people rot, but it also had the essence of an undying substance. The 2 completely opposite medicinal powers were gathered in one body. Their divine senses obtained nourishment, but their flesh almost became rotten corpses. It could be considered a strange transformation. Of course, their bodies weren't truly dead. There was always a trace of vitality. Otherwise, they would have long become skeletons. Underworld grass. It actually has such a strange medicinal power. The 13 divine masters all had different thoughts. So you guys don't need to worry. This old man can't threaten you overlords who look down on a region. I am only a living dead person, passing my time in vain. My flesh is inferior to yours, he said while coughing. However, the 13 great characters weren't like this. The other party's divine senses were absolutely incomparably powerful. He was truly an old monster. However, they indeed let out a sigh of relief. In this world, there were very few people who could truly live past 4,000 years old. This kind of special case wasn't worth envying. No divine master wanted to become a half-human and half-ghost existence. That was a fate worse than death, so it was better not to increase their lifespan. In front of the dragon transformation pond, the people of the Jiang family were very nervous. Even the great expert Jiang Yin was frowning. This old monster might be extremely difficult to deal with. Although this old man was humble, no one believed his words. How could a person who had lived for 4,000 years not be terrifying? Hurry and save Divine King Jiang. Yi Fan was also alarmed. Meeting such an old monster today was truly not good. The small white jade cauldron was opened, and an intoxicating fragrance permeated the entire underground palace. It seeped into people's bones, and everyone felt as if they were walking on clouds and ascending to heaven. Such a fragrance, it is indeed a divine medicine. Perhaps it can help this old man reverse his rotting flesh and restore his vitality. The old monster spoke while coughing. This is the dragon pearl of the true dragon divine medicine? The people of the Jiang family were stunned. Some of the supreme elders had seen records of the true dragon divine medicine in ancient books, and they were filled with shock. Good, good, good. Jiang Yun praised 3 times and said, the different parts of the primordial true dragon divine medicine have different effects. The dragon pearl fruit part represents rebirth. This is heaven's will. The dragon pearl fruit contains endless vitality and can be reborn as a dragon, undergoing nirvana and transformation. It complements the dragon transformation pond here. The other elders of the Jiang family were also pleasantly surprised. This fruit of the primordial divine medicine was simply prepared for Jiang Taishu, and they were all filled with anticipation. In the underground palace, the 13 saint lords were also shocked. They never thought that there would really be a primordial divine medicine, and a dragon pearl fruit at that. What a pity, it will take at least a day to dissolve this dragon pearl. I will not give it to you. The old monster sneered, and his voice was extremely eerie. Protect the divine king with the medicine. Jiang Yin shouted. Dozens of elders stepped forward and placed the dragon pearl fruit into Jiang Taishu's mouth. Then they sat down together and shot out rays of innate divine light into the old divine king's body. These people were ready to risk their lives. They were willing to sacrifice their lifespan to save this Grandmaster. As long as the Divine King could be reborn, all the troubles in front of them could be swept away. Since you have placed the dragon pearl fruit into Jiang Taishu's body, I will eat him alive after I enter. The old monster's killing intent was revealed, and his words were cold. Senior, do you have a way to enter? Beside him, one of the 13 Saint Lords asked. The old monster shouted towards the outside of the underground palace. You two living dead should be here by now, right? With the three of us working together, we can break this incomplete corner of the great Emperor's array pattern in 4 hours. A cold sneer sounded. 2 skinny figures appeared at the entrance of the underground palace. The death aura on them was even stronger, and every few breaths, a wisp of black fog would float out. Seems like the three of us are the same, corroded by the nether power. We won't live for more than 10 years at most. The 3 old monsters stood together, each more ghastly than the last, and the stench of decay filled every inch of the underground palace, making one's hair stand on end. Break the array pattern, eat Jiang Taishu, and we can still live. The words of the 3 old monsters sent chills down everyone's spine. It was as if they had lost their humanity, and regarded the old Divine King as an immortal divine medicine in human form. 13 little guys, stand aside. We will break the array pattern here. The 3 half-human, half-ghost existences seemed to have walked out from hell, and they were filled with a strong death aura. The 13 Saint Lords silently walked to the side. They were not afraid of the 3 old monsters, but they were not angered by their words either. In 4 hours, the incomplete Great Emperor's array pattern would be broken. By then, who could stop the 3 old monsters who had lived for more than 4,000 years? They were terrifying figures from the same era as Divine King Jiang. Chapter 391. The old evildoers who had lived for more than 4,000 years brought unparalleled pressure to the Jiang family. They were half-human, half-ghost, and had existed for a long time. Who could suppress them? The atmosphere in the depths of the underground palace was suffocating. Everyone from the Jiang family had serious expressions as they stared nervously at the terrifying characters outside. The 13 Saint Lord level characters retreated to the side. Their expressions were cold and their auras were deep and unfathomable. They were all lords of their own regions and weren't afraid even when facing the 3 living corpses. The 3 old monsters walked forward. Their bodies would occasionally overflow with black mist. The strong aura of death made people's hearts palpitate, and the stench of decay was nauseating. Pa. One of them probed. His withered palm was almost rotten. He struck the void and a black mist gushed out. The power of the underworld circulated, and began to erase the formation runes. Wang, the other old monster, was even more frightening. His empty eyes shot out 2 beams of green light that pierced through the void, and began to erase the Great Emperor's formation runes in the air. The 2 beams of green light seemed to shoot out from the depths of hell. They flickered endlessly and a wave of death energy flowed like surging yellow springs. Everyone's expression changed. Even the supreme expert Jiang Yin was astonished. What a powerful divine will. They knew that the 3 old monsters hadn't used their full strength yet, and were only probing. If they launched a thunderous attack, it would be even more terrifying. The Great Emperor's formation runes are indeed incomprehensible. Even though they are incomplete, they are still world-shaking. If they were slightly more complete, no one in this world would be able to break them. Unfortunately, it is only a corner and is too badly damaged. The 3 living corpses sighed. Even though their divine wills were powerful, they couldn't comprehend anything and could only destroy it with brute force. It was like the roar of a gale, or the stampede of 10,000 horses. The 3 heaven-defying old monsters suddenly emitted a thick black mist. Their bodies were submerged as if they had opened the gates of hell. A bitter baleful aura covered the sky and earth. Boom. Suddenly, an ocean-like fluctuation rushed out from their heads and shook the entire divine city. These were 3 extremely powerful divine wills that reached the sky like a tsunami. Bang! The endless underground palace collapsed and rubble flew high into the sky. The dragon transformation pond appeared under the starry sky. The underground palace under the boundless ground had been turned into fine powder, and a terrifying abyss had appeared in its place. This was the terrifying divine sense of the three old monsters. It surged out without holding anything back, instantly creating such a terrifying result. It was so shocking that no one dared to believe all of this. Not dying for 4,000 years wasn't an undeserved reputation. Anyone who saw this scene would feel their scalp go numb. Divine senses surged out like a tide, obliterating everything in their way. This caused everyone to feel a chill run down their spines, and all the hair on their bodies stood on end. The Jiang clan members felt as if they had fallen into an ice cellar. How could they resist? The 13 Holy Lord level characters also involuntarily drew back, distancing themselves from these three old monstrous geniuses. There was an incomparable fear in their hearts. These three characters were just too terrifying, enough to make one horrified. Boom, boom, boom. 3 streaks of divine flames lit up, rushing thousands of zhang into the air. They were thick like mountains, terrifying to the extreme. They represented coldness, slaughter, and death. The 3 old monsters were bathed in flames. They were surrounded by terrifying flames, and one of them was scarlet red like blood. This was his life's divine flame. It dyed the sky like multicolored haze, and it was even more like an erupting volcano. Another person's green flames reached the heavens. Flames seeped out from his body and rushed high into the sky, burning the night sky green. It was thousands of zhang tall, as if a dark green mountain was shaking. The third old monster's entire body was pitch black like ink. Black flames rushed into the heavens, as if they were connecting the 9 netherworlds and the 9 heavens, connecting the heavens and earth. Scarlet flames, green flames, and black flames were the same color as their decaying bodies, representing blood, coldness, slaughter, and death. Attack! The 3 old monsters released a low roar. Divine senses that made everyone tremble rushed out from their heads, attacking towards the great emperor's formation patterns. Even the void was torn apart as they continuously devoured and obliterated those patterns. Not good stopped them. Many of the Jiang clan's elders couldn't sit still anymore. They rushed forward to resist. The 3 living corpses were too powerful. At this rate, they might be able to destroy the damaged Great Emperor's formation patterns in 2 hours. Their divine senses were unparalleled, making even the sun and moon lose their splendor. However, even though these elders were the Jiang clan's supreme elders, in front of the 3 old monsters who had lived for more than 4,000 years, they were simply not enough. The difference could be said to be too great. Their weapons had just been shot out when they were blocked by the tangible divine senses, shattering inch by inch and turning into flying ashes. It was truly like striking a rock with an egg. They couldn't even withstand a single blow. These 3 living corpses. Not far away, the 13 Saint Master level characters all sucked in a breath of cold air. People who had lived for more than 4,000 years were indeed extremely terrifying and powerful. They weren't like the 3 of them who were modest at all. These 3 living corpses could definitely threaten them. Even though their bodies had decayed, the power of their divine senses was as vast as the ocean. Who could stop them? The Jiang clan's elders held hands. Their entire bodies surged with essence energy, almost as if they were burning. They walked forward and jointly took out dozens of divine weapons, shooting them out of the formation patterns. The light of a firefly dares to compete with the brilliance of the moon? One of them sneered and attacked alone. His entire body was scarlet like blood, and his powerful divine sense shot out like a sea of blood. The underground world was dyed red. Bang! He alone obliterated the divine weapons that the Jiang clan's elders had unleashed with all their strength, turning them into flying ashes. At the same time, an unparalleled divine sense attack. The sea of divine sense actually rushed in through the incomplete formation patterns like a blood-colored butcher's knife. Pooh! Pooh! 6 elders were pierced by the blood-colored divine sense one after another. They were torn apart on the spot, and their bones and flesh were smashed into pieces. They died tragically on the spot. These were all great figures of the Jiang clan, but under the divine sense of an old monster who hadn't died for 4,000 years, they were like newborn babies. They couldn't even withstand a single blow. Buzz! Jiang Yun's expression changed, and he quickly moved. He stretched out a large hand and grabbed the other elders back. Otherwise, none of them would be able to survive. Even so, it was still a bit too late. The blood-colored divine sense was as fast as lightning, and it pierced through the bodies of 2 more elders, turning them into a pool of blood. How could they resist this? The walking dead of the same generation as Jiang Taishu. Although their bodies were weak, their divine senses were enough to dominate the eastern wilderness. How many people could suppress them? Outside the arena, the 13 powerful figures felt a chill in their hearts. They became more and more alert, guarding against the 3 old monsters who were shockingly old. 4,000 years ago, these 3 walking dead were already powerful figures. After such a long time, even though they couldn't cultivate their bodies, their divine sense was still shocking. No wonder they are the powerful figures who entered the Undying Mountain and came out alive. Jiang Yun strode forward with a simple ancient tower above his head and a shining black metal halberd in his hand, preventing the 3 old monsters from destroying the formation patterns. Little boy from the Jiang clan, are you courting death? When we were fighting with your Xian ancestor Jiang Taishu, who knows where your grandfather was? One of the old monsters sneered. However, they didn't stop. They didn't want to give Jiang Taishu too much time, so they kept obliterating the formation patterns with their divine senses. Jiang Yun waved the halberd and shook the ancient tower, attacking the 3 walking dead as fast as lightning. Chi, chi, chi. One divine sense after another entered the formation patterns. Although it was weakened and couldn't advance too far, it was still very terrifying. It enveloped Jiang Yun like a net of death. Under the black, red, and green killing intents, Jiang Yun felt as if he was struck by lightning. The ancient tower above his head was pierced, and the halberd in his hand was broken. He quickly retreated. What should they do? Who could stop the 3 old monsters? The people of the Jiang clan were almost in despair. Even though the Jiang clan was powerful, there was nothing they could do at this time. Who would have thought that even the eternal universe sacred furnace would be restrained? Otherwise, once the great emperor's sacred weapon was taken out, nothing could stop it. No matter how powerful the invading enemies were, they would still have to die with grievances. We can't let them in. A group of old men from the Jiang clan risked their lives and once again rushed forward, almost suicidal to stop them. Unfortunately, these people's courage was commendable, but they really couldn't compare to the old monsters who had lived for 4,000 years. Even if some of them were the Jiang clan's supreme elders, they were still not enough. Pooh! Pooh! More than a dozen figures were beaten into meat paste by the 3 old monsters. All of them were killed in one strike. The difference in strength was too great, like a natural chasm. Even a grain of rice can emit light? One of the old monsters sneered. A green light shot out from his glabella, piercing through old men one after another, killing them. Jiang Taishu, I will exterminate your descendants and let your bloodline end here. The 3 zombies continued to attack. Come back. Jiang Yun shouted at the others and made them retreat to the front of the dragon transformation pool. In front of the incomplete Great Emperor's formation patterns, there was a pile of blood paste on the ground. These were the corpses of the Jiang clan's elders. They had been all-powerful for a lifetime, but in their later years, they had protected their ancestors, yet they had ended up like this. It hadn't been a long time, but many important figures of the Jiang clan had died. There wasn't a single person from the Jiang clan who wasn't sad. Ka. The 3 terrifying zombies obliterated the innate patterns one after another. At this speed, it wouldn't even take 4 hours. Among the 3 zombies outside, who dares to fight me? Yi Fan suddenly spoke. He took large strides forward and only stopped when he was close to the old monster's attack range. Little baby that still smells of your mother's milk. Even if your ancestor comes back to life, he wouldn't dare to speak to us like this. The 3 old monsters glanced at Yi Fan with disdain. They couldn't be bothered to attack him. Little friend, come back quickly. Jiang Yun shouted. The other old men also transmitted their voices, wanting to forcefully bring him back. Let me try. Yi Fan transmitted his voice secretly and didn't retreat. In fact, his heart was beating like a drum. He really didn't have the slightest bit of confidence. He slowly pulled out the deity-striking whip and held it in his hand, hoping that this whip could release its divine might. Those 3 corpses in front, if you're not convinced, come and attack me. I can drown you all with just a spit of my saliva. Yi Fan provoked. He stood in a safe area and didn't dare to take half a step out of the minefield. One of the old monsters snorted coldly. He didn't want to talk nonsense with such a junior and directly attacked. A black divine sense pierced through the void like a surging black tide. It was incomparably terrifying and arrived before Yi Fan in an instant. Buzz! Yi Fan brandished the deity's striking whip and fiercely lashed forward. The wooden whip was simple and unadorned, no different from an ordinary wooden stick. However, it wasn't destroyed by the black tide. Moreover, it cleaved apart the black waves, causing the black consciousness that was surging over like an ocean to roll back, and even shatter a large part of it. However, this kind of power was too great. Even though it didn't hit Yi Fan's body, it still sent him flying. He was like a fallen leaf in the ocean, sent flying hundreds of meters away by the great waves and landed in front of the dragon transformation pond. However, he wasn't injured and only staggered a bit. On the other side, the old monster let out a strange cry and scurried out. His body was on the verge of collapse, and he almost fell on his back. Everyone was shocked. How terrifying the three living corpses were. Everyone had seen it with their own eyes, but now, they had suffered a great loss. The deity striking whip, it actually appeared. An old monster widened his eyes in shock. Yi Fan felt a headache. How did he know this was the deity striking whip? This weapon came from the other side of the universe, and was brought over by the Qi practitioners of the Pre-Qin dynasty. Could it be that he had seen it before and knew about its secrets? Chapter 392. These few old monsters had lived for 4,000 years, and were definitely rare in the world. Naturally, they knew many secrets that ordinary people didn't. However, one of them actually said the three words God striking whip, which shocked Yi Fan. Could it be that he had fought with the Qi practitioners from before? On the other side of the galaxy, there was a God-striking whip in the ancient myths. When Yi Fan found the wooden whip, he felt that it was similar to the God-striking whip, so he named it. What is this God-striking whip? Another old monster was puzzled, and asked his companion. The others held their breaths and listened attentively. The scene just now was too strange. A little cultivator like Yi Fan actually whipped an old monster. It was truly shocking. 2,000 years ago, I saw a man outside of Undying Mountain. He carried a wooden whip on his back, almost the same as this weapon. This old monster encountered a strange cultivator near Undying Mountain. He fought with the cultivator and suffered a great loss. After that, he left with his tail between his legs, and this weapon was deeply engraved in his mind. This wooden whip hurt you before? Another old monster was shocked. Not far away, the old monster that was whipped just now shot out 2 rays of light from his eyes. He stared at Yi Fan, who was in the monarch pattern. 3 rotten corpses, do you dare to fight again? Yi Fan challenged with the God-striking whip in his hand. He had no other choice. If the monarch pattern was broken, he wouldn't be able to escape either. Hence he completely let go. Wong! A scarlet psyche surged over like a river of stars. Another old monster made his move. The terrifying psyche power was like a tidal wave that pierced through the void. Their mortal bodies had decayed, but their psyche power had risen to an unbelievable level. Anyone who saw it would be shocked. However, Yi Fan wasn't afraid of it. No matter how strong your psyche is, my whip is the only thing that can stop you. PFFF. The boundless psyche sea that was raging like a tidal wave seemed to be suppressed by the sea calming pearl. It was no longer as violent. The moment the God-striking whip swung down, it was forcefully split apart. Boom! Yi Fan was blown away by the tremendous force. Just like before, he fell a few thousand feet away. On the other hand, the old monster let out a cry of surprise. He was slapped so hard that he almost fell to the ground. He was almost the same as the old monster from before. As expected, a divine item that can attack psyche. This is a secret treasure. The old monster's eyes were burning with passion. Secret treasures were not normal weapons, but weapons with special uses. Perhaps their power was not great, but they had extremely special uses. Many Saint Lords' eyes were burning with passion. If they could thoroughly study this weapon and carve the Tao patterns in it into other weapons, it would bring endless benefits. So what if you have a treasure? Before absolute power, all external forces are illusory. An old monster stepped forward and shot out a pagoda from his glabella. Even though his body was rotten, this pagoda was still divine and radiant. as if it was polished from 7-colored glass. Streak after streak of 5-colored divine light rushed out, extremely moving. Boom! The pagoda shook and turned into a rainbow. It rushed into the great emperor's formation pattern and pressed down on Yi Fan. The old monster's psyche was inside. As long as the pagoda didn't break, he wouldn't be afraid of the god-striking whip. Clang! Yi Fan swung the wooden whip and lashed it on the pagoda. There was a deafening sound and the pagoda was sent flying like a shooting star. Zombie, you're not good enough. You're not my match at all. Yi Fan boasted shamelessly and deliberately angered the old monster. This time he was standing in a very particular position. The old monster's psyche could only reach this place, and was blocked by the formation pattern. He couldn't use his full power. Junior. The old monster's words were cold. He took out the pagoda again and quickly enlarged it. It fell down on Yi Fan, wanting to take him away. Buzz. Yi Fan's fingers turned pale gold. His body had endless divine power. He swung the god-striking whip as if it could shatter the sky. Clang. This time, Yi Fan's strength was so great that the pagoda was almost drawn to the dragon pond and out of the old monster's control. The old monster had the urge to vomit blood. Even though Yi Fan had the god-striking whip, it couldn't pose a threat to him because the three of them were too powerful. However, the place where this little bastard was standing was too wicked. He could barely touch him, but he couldn't use any strength at all. He couldn't even move the other. Zombie, can you do it or not? Yi Fan held the god-striking whip with a contemptuous expression. He taunted the old monster shamelessly and said, "If you can't, you three can come at me together." Boom. The three old monsters had lived to such an old age, and had long since disregarded the rules of the world. They did what they wanted and didn't care about what others thought. A 7-colored glazed pagoda, a spirit summoning banner, and a white bone staff turned into beams of light and rushed over, wanting to kill Yi Fan. They didn't want to join hands to kill Yi Fan. Rather, each of them wanted to kill him. Hence, they attacked individually and didn't care about what others thought. Clang, clang. It was as if someone was forging iron in front of the dragon transformation pond. A series of loud sounds rang out as Yi Fan's fingers turned completely golden. The power he exerted was incomparable. In the distance, everyone's expression changed. They felt strange when they looked at Yi Fan. This youth's physique was too powerful. Even the older generation characters were somewhat alarmed. They felt that they wouldn't have the upper hand if they were to fight hand-to-hand with him. This whip was the most suitable for Yi Fan. It couldn't be controlled with the divine sense, and could only be wielded with the body. It was like a divine weapon tailor-made for his current level. When the god-striking whip was swung, it almost collapsed the void. Buzz. The god-striking whip trembled slightly. Yi Fan secretly used the wholeness formula of the 9 secrets. His physique strength increased by 10 times. He suddenly exerted force and struck the 3 heavy weapons toward the dragon transformation pond. At this moment, he had swung it countless times. The vibration numbed everyone's eardrums. In the end, the pagoda was sent flying out of the old monster's control. Clang! Jiang Yin took action, and used the broken spear to lock the pagoda in place. He quickly sealed it and didn't allow it to break free. The distance was too far and blocked by the great emperor's formation. That old monster was powerless and couldn't retrieve it at all. Everyone was astonished. Even the 3 old monsters couldn't believe it. How did Yi Fan suddenly unleash such a powerful physique? Zombies, you guys can't do it. Yi Fan chuckled and shook his finger. He knew that even with the god-striking whip in hand, he couldn't injure 3 monsters that had lived for more than 4,000 years. He was only stalling for time. Junior, I'll let you be insolent first. The 3 old monsters didn't waste any more time. They focused on breaking the great emperor's formation, and were ready to rush in and kill everyone. No matter how Yi Fan provoked them, they ignored him. In the end, Jiang Yun stepped forward with the god-striking whip, and couldn't do anything to the 3 old monsters. Everyone couldn't help but be shocked. Even though they had weapons that could restrain the 3 corpses, they couldn't change anything in the face of absolute power. They were from the same generation as Jiang Taishu, and had lived for more than 4,000 years. They weren't just idling away their time. They were people of the same generation as the Divine Lords and their Grandmasters. Time flew. After 2 hours, The great emperor's formation was mostly broken. In less than an hour, it would definitely be completely erased. Kill the divine king, the 13 divine lords shouted, exerting pressure on the Jiang family. At this time, in the dragon transformation pool, more than a dozen old men sent out strands of life force into the old divine king's body to help him dissolve the dragon pearl fruit and change his fate. Golden light shot out from the surface of his body. His withered body was nourished and gave off some luster. However, he was still motionless and didn't make a sound. Jiang Taishu, you will die without a doubt. I'll eat his divine body to avenge my 4,000 years of hatred. The 3 old monsters were furious. The light in their eyes became more and more terrifying as they destroyed one innate formation after another. What should we do? The people of the Jiang family were in complete despair. If the 3 monsters attacked, no one would be able to stop them. Brother Taishu. Brother Taishu. Suddenly, a ghostly voice rang out, reverberating throughout the entire divine city. Everyone heard it. This voice was very faint. It came from the east, then the west, then the south, then the north. It quickly approached the dragon transformation pool. Everyone's expression changed. The speed was so fast that it was shocking. Who is this? Calling Jiang Taishu brother showed how frightening his age was. He was definitely a peerless character who had lived for more than 4,000 years. Swoosh. With a flash of light, an old woman with a face full of wrinkles appeared in the field. Her body was stooped, and her hair was sparse. She came in like a ghost with the help of a walking stick. It could be said that she was old beyond recognition, but the 5-colored feather clothes she wore didn't match her age at all. Meanwhile, the most shocking thing was that there was a bloody hole in her chest. Blood flowed out, as if it had been pierced through. The front and back of her body exposed. Brother Taishu, it's been 4,000 years. I finally see you again. The old woman cried. I'm already old, and my youth is gone. I really don't want you to see me like this. Fairy Rosy Cloud. The 3 old monsters were shocked as if they had seen a ghost. They didn't expect someone of the same generation to still be alive. If you 3 want to take my brother Taishu's life, you'll have to step over my dead body first. The old woman's white hair danced in the wind. She pointed forward with the walking stick in her hand. An incomparably terrifying pressure burst out, and thousands of patterns appeared, interweaving together. This is the order of heaven and earth. The 13 divine lords were shocked. The old woman's attack wasn't very frightening, but it showed this side. The battle style of an immortal over 4,000 years old was completely different. What they used was the great Tao, the order of heaven and earth, and not simple divine power. This was the comprehension of the great Tao, and it was an even more terrifying battle. The 3 old monsters didn't dare to be careless. This was a life and death enemy of their generation. She had physical strength and divine willpower, and was even more terrifying than them. Fairy Rosy Cloud. Why do you have to do this? You couldn't marry him back then, and now that 4,000 years have passed, you still can't let him go? An old monster shouted, seemingly very afraid of the old woman. So it's her. The people of the Jiang family and the 13 divine lords were all shocked. They guessed who the old woman was. She was Jiang Taishu's lover in the past, the Holy Land of All Beginnings first-generation saintess. Saintesses couldn't marry outsiders, so Fairy Rosy Cloud couldn't be with Jiang Taishu. Divine King Jiang broke into the Holy Land of All Beginnings and wanted to take her away, but Fairy Rosy Cloud remembered her master's kindness and didn't leave. But she never married a saint, and faced the Green Lantern ancient cave alone, no longer stepping into the mortal world. No one thought she was still alive. What was even more shocking was, who was it that injured her? Her heart was almost pierced through, and blood was flowing out. Buzz! The laws of heaven and earth clashed, and tangible laws collided. Fairy Rosy Cloud's body was bleeding as she fought against the 3 old monsters. Many divine lords hid far away. If they were hit by this power of order, the consequences would be hard to predict. It would be extremely terrifying. Senior, come in quickly. Jiang Yin transmitted his voice, telling her how to enter the great emperor's array pattern. Although the old woman was powerful, she couldn't fight against 3 old monsters alone. With such a great help, it wouldn't be worth it if she died here quickly. Swoosh! With a flash of light, Fairy Rosy Cloud avoided the three old monsters and entered the array pattern. She came to the dragon transformation pool and almost trembled. She fell into the pool and held Jiang Taishu in her arms. Brother Taishu, you have to come back to life. Her tears fell like rain. Seeing Jiang Taishu's skin and bones, she couldn't help but cry. She injected her own divine essence into Jiang Taishu's body. Divine light was like a waterfall, illuminating the entire dragon transformation pool. Senior Rosy Cloud, you don't have to do this. The Divine King Patriarch has a divine medicine in his body that can be resurrected. You don't have to use up your lifespan. The old men beside her were all moved and tried to persuade her. My vitality is gone. There is no way for me to live. You don't have to say anything more. Divine essence kept rushing out of Fairy Rosy Cloud's head and into Jiang Taishu's body. She stroked Jiang Taishu's face with her hand, and tears fell. She said, "It's been 4,000 years. You used to be as handsome as jade, but now you have become so old." Fairy Rosy Cloud's turbid eyes were filled with tears. She said, "In the past you dominated the world and no one dared to stop you. Now that you have returned in your old age, so many people want to kill you. Brother Taishu, don't die." She muttered to herself, almost begging. It was as if she had returned to 4,000 years ago. "Don't use up your life force anymore. The Divine King Patriarch will definitely refuse." Jiang Yin tried to persuade her again. "I can't do it anymore. Let Taishu come back to life." Fairy Rosy Cloud shook her head. "Senior, what happened? Who injured you like this?" Jiang Yin asked. He felt that the situation was extremely serious. If someone like her was seriously injured, one could imagine how terrifying the person in the dark was. A very terrifying person. Only Taishu can deal with him. Fairy Rosy Cloud used the Divine City Stone Order from the Holy Land of All Beginnings to travel through the void. This was the only way she could enter the ancient city that was currently sealed. She came specifically to save Divine King Jiang. She fought with a terrifying person above the underground palace, and she was injured like this. What? There is such a person in the dark. Even Jiang Yun was a little desperate. He said, he must be controlling the Great Emperor's holy weapon to fight with the Eternal Universe Divine Furnace. Boom. The Great Emperor's formation was broken. The three old monsters laughed, and their words were extremely cold. "I'll send all of you on your way. Fairy Rosy Cloud, continue your fate with Jiang Taishu in the underworld." The old woman gently placed Jiang Taishu in the dragon transformation pool. She walked to the shore, looked back at Jiang Taishu one last time, and then rushed towards the three old monsters. At this moment, she was the only one who could block the people of the same generation for a moment. The others could not stop her at all, and Yi Fan had already handed the God-striking whip to her. Buzz. This was a battle of life and death. The laws of heaven and earth interweaved, clashing back and forth between the two sides. They were not really close, but it was even more dangerous. Oofed. 4 or 5 bloody holes appeared on Fairy Rosy Cloud's body. Those were injuries caused by the laws of heaven and earth. No matter how strong she was, she could not fight against 3 undying monsters of the same generation. Boom. At the same time, the 13 Holy Lord level figures closed in. They were also super terrifying. Everyone present was in complete despair. How could they defy the heavens now? Boom. Fairy Rosy Cloud stood in front of the 13 Holy Lords, blocking them together. Although these Holy Lords were not as old as her, they were all top figures in the world, and they were equally terrifying. With so many people standing together, they could kill anyone who stood in their way. The old woman was sent flying, and her body was almost in tatters. Her joints creaked as patterns rushed out of Fairy Rosy Cloud's body. Her hunched body also straightened quite a bit. Using the laws of heaven and earth, she burned her divine power and drove the great Tao to block these people. However, no matter how strong she was, she could not fight against 3 old monsters and 13 holy lords. Big brother Taishu, today we will die together. The old woman smiled sadly. All of you can die. The 13 holy lord level figures strode forward with incomparably terrifying might. Divine King Ancestor I Jiang Yi have come to save you. A loud shout rang out, and an incomparably terrifying might descended from above the collapsed underground palace, causing everyone to tremble in fear. A huge demonic jar descended from the sky, devouring the world, wanting to suck in everything. Ancient heaven-devouring demonic jar? Everyone was shocked. They felt as if their souls were being suppressed, on the verge of collapse. Boom. The huge jar came crashing down. The 3 old monsters and the 13 holy lords couldn't help but dodge, flying backwards. Half an extreme weapon. This wasn't any other weapon. If they were hit, their bodies and souls would be destroyed. The 9th bandit, Jiang Yi, had come. He borrowed the heaven-devouring demonic jar from Tu Tian and used it to break through the God City's seal to save the ancestor. No one can revive a damaged Great Emperor Saint weapon. Unless an ancient sage uses it, it is impossible to activate the might of the eternal universe Saint Furnace. The 3 old monsters sneered. Only a great expert could revive a Great Emperor Saint weapon and display its extreme godly might. Otherwise, it would be no different from a dead object in the hands of an ordinary person. If it was a damaged extreme weapon, it would require an ancient sage to activate it to display its extreme godly might. The requirements were even stricter. It can't display the extreme godly might, but it is enough to protect myself. Jiang Yi shouted. He came before the dragon transformation pond with the saint weapon and said, "Ancestor, I have come to save you." Wang. The ancient heaven-devouring demonic jar quickly enlarged and covered the area, sealing the dragon transformation pond underneath. Although the Great Emperor Saint weapon hadn't been revived, it was still extremely terrifying. Just a slight fluctuation was enough to terrify the 13 holy lords. The 9th bandit, Jiang Yi, rushed over. It was beyond everyone's expectations. At the crucial moment, he appeared with half an extreme weapon and resolved the crisis. However, everyone knew that if it wasn't for Fairy Rosy Cloud, even an immortal king wouldn't be able to help. It was her who blocked a group of terrifying people and saved everyone. However, at this moment, her life was already in danger. Her body was pierced through by the power of the world's order. Her organs were gone, and her vitality was extinguished. Brother Taishu, did you know? I came to see you. 4,000 years later, we met again. She trembled as she entered the dragon transformation pond. She picked up Jiang Taishu and caressed his face. I really wanted to tell you to take a stroll under the sunset. Unfortunately, there is no time. You will never hear my voice. Fairy Rosy Cloud's cloudy eyes became dimmer and dimmer. Everyone present didn't have the heart to interrupt them. They looked at them quietly. She shouted softly. Endless divine light rushed out of her body and entered Jiang Taishu's body. Brother Taishu, years ago, you found the earth fruit for me to replenish my lifespan. You wanted me to live with you for 4,000 years, to die together in this world. I waited for you. Unfortunately, I can't see you come back to life with my own eyes. The old woman injected all her essence qi into Jiang Taishu's body. Her body suddenly withered, and her eyes dimmed completely. She murmured, I want to go back to 4,500 years ago. If time could go back, Brother Taishu, I would go with you, instead of staying in the Holy Land. The old woman was like a lamp that had run out of oil. She had no more strength. Her gray lips trembled, but she could no longer speak. Beside her, the younger generation of the Jiang family wept silently. They couldn't bear to watch this scene. I don't want. The old woman's lips trembled. She wanted to say something, but she couldn't. Many people squatted down and listened carefully. Yi Fan asked in a trembling voice, What do you want to say, old lady? Jiang Yun transferred his divine spirit to her. Only then could the old woman speak. She said, After I die, cover my body with a white cloth. Tell Taishu not to look at me. I don't want him to see me like this. I want his memory to always be me from 4,000 years ago. Senior. Everyone present was a cultivator. They were all strong-willed. But at this moment, it was unbearable. They all had the urge to cry. Senior Kaiyun. Many people couldn't help but choke. Brother Taishu, after all, I can't go with you. After the old woman said this, the last glimmer of light in her eyes disappeared. Her head fell silently and nestled beside Jiang Taishu. Senior Kaiyun. Many people shouted. Their vision was completely blurred. There's a drop of crystal in the immortal king's eyes. He sensed all this. The people present were sad and shocked to find that a drop of crystal rolled down from the corner of Jiang Taishu's withered eyes. The ancestor's subconsciousness heard all this. Senior Kaiyun, don't be sad. The ancestor's subconsciousness knows all this. Many people cried out in sorrow. Everyone worked together to help Jiang Taishu refine the divine medicine. The time was far shorter than expected. In less than half a day, the immortal king began to slowly recover. After another half an hour, he suddenly opened his eyes. 2 beams of dazzling divine light shot out. But he didn't move for a long time. He quietly looked at the old woman beside him. Then the immortal king Jiang Taishu suddenly stood up. He supported the old woman's body with both hands and stood in the dragon transformation pool. He looked up to the sky and let out a sorrowful roar. Ah! This roar shook the heavens and the earth. It resounded throughout the divine city and shot up to the sky. It startled everyone. Chapter 393. Ah! Jiang Taishu's sorrowful roar shook heaven and earth. Separated for 4,000 years, endless sorrow and sorrow. The hero was past his prime, and the beauty had withered. How could he not be heartbroken? How could he not be sad? The divine king's heart was full of sorrow. The sorrowful roar scattered the clouds in the night sky and startled everyone in Divine City. It was like seawater pouring into the 9 heavens. Endless sorrow and sorrow filled everyone's eyes. Jiang Taishu stood alone in the field. His flesh had long withered, but tears rolled down from the corners of his eyes. He held the cold corpse of the old woman motionless. The divine king was petrified. After an unknown amount of time, he did not make a sound or move. He just looked at the old woman quietly. After 4,000 years, the beauty had aged. Her face was full of wrinkles, her lips were gray, and her body was bent. Time had robbed her of her youth. The beauty of the past had no regrets. She waited for 4,000 years. Her youth was gone, and her spirit was dim. She waited in silence until she was completely old. 4,000 years had passed, and Fairy Rosy Cloud had come to save Jiang Taishu at the risk of her life when she heard the news of the God King. After I die, I cover my body with a white cloth and tell Taishu not to look at me. I don't want him to see me like this. I want him to remember me from 4,000 years ago forever. The divine king was sad, but he had no tears to shed. His body had long withered. He looked at the dead beauty motionlessly. Unfortunately, she would never wake up. Her body was cold and had long lost all warmth. The divine king was silent. Everything in the past was still vivid in his mind. The soft murmur, the warm face, the voice and smile that had passed seemed to be still in front of him. The connection of the past had not dissipated. Jiang Taishu was heartbroken. He quietly hugged the ice-cold corpse in his arms. Divine King Ancestor. Someone beside him called softly, "Rosy Cloud." The divine king whispered, his voice trembling. He had boundless sorrow and endless regret. Watching his lover die beside him to save him, the pain in his heart was indescribable. Mad with hatred, heaven's subjugation, divine king choked with sobs, his eyes full of sorrow. 4,000 years ago, his white robe was whiter than snow. Who could compete with him? Now in his twilight years, he couldn't even protect the life of the woman he loved the most, dying to save him. Unable to restrain his emotions, his heart was in pain. He looked up at the sky and hugged the ice-cold corpse tightly. Ah! The God King roared. His boundless sorrow transformed into a towering killing intent. At this moment, the entire divine city turned cold, like an autumn gust of wind sweeping through. It was as if winter had arrived in the divine city. Leaves were flying everywhere, and killing intent was boundless. When a divine king was enraged, even the heavens and earth trembled. At this moment, endless heaven and earth essence surged over, covering the sky and covering the earth. It gathered towards the divine king, drowning him within. With his head held high, he stood at the center of the arena, absorbing spiritual essence from all directions, devouring the moonlight and starlight. His entire body was enveloped within. Why cover the corpse with a white cloth? Why don't you let me see your face? Jiang Taishu choked with sobs and said to himself, "In my eyes you have never changed. You will always be the same, whether it was 4,000 years ago or now." The others were all silent, watching quietly. The heaven and earth essence surged over like a raging sea. The divine king's aura grew stronger and stronger. Finally, he lifted the old woman up with both hands and said sadly, "You like youth, so I will make you forever young." The ocean-like spiritual essence surged like the tide, surging over, layer by layer, into the divine king's body. Jiang Taishu's hands shone brightly, almost transparent. He injected all the spiritual essence into the old woman's body. He could not save her soul, but he could awaken her body. The old woman's body was changing rapidly. Her wrinkled skin slowly smoothed out and became smooth. Slowly, a luster appeared, and sparse hair began to grow. "I will seize the face of immortality from the heavens for you," Jiang Taishu shouted. His voice was like the might of thunder, piercing through the heavens and shaking the divine city. Everyone's eardrums were ringing. Endless divine splendor appeared. Jiang Taishu used his arms to connect with the great Tao of heaven and earth. He forcefully pushed the withered body back to youth, slowly restoring its vitality. The old woman's stooped body straightened completely. Her wrinkles disappeared completely. She was constantly changing. Endless spiritual essence was baptized. Divine King Jiang Taishu's divine technique was unparalleled. He constantly shook his arms and finally restored the withered body to its youthful appearance. Fairy Rosy Cloud seemed to have come back to life. It was as if she had returned to 4,500 years ago. Her hair was jet black, her skin was sparkling, and her peerless beauty was restored. It was as if she was in a deep sleep. Jiang Taishu used a heaven-defying divine technique to restore her youth. He held her in his arms and looked at her quietly. It was as if they had returned to the past. Unfortunately, the beauty had passed away. Her spiritual soul had been destroyed. The Divine King was sad and could not say a word. "Divine King Ancestor, please restrain your grief. Don't hurt yourself." The people around him were very worried. Jiang Taishu had just come back to life, and he used such a heaven-defying divine technique. They were afraid that an accident would happen. "Rosy Cloud," Jiang Taishu called softly. He then placed her in the dragon transformation pool. Then he suddenly stood up, raised his head to the sky, and said, "Since I have come back to life, even the heavens will not be able to take me back." His eyes were sharp and his words were full of strong confidence. It was as if he was announcing to the heavens, "Jiang Taishu, even though you have temporarily come back to life, we will not give you a chance." Not far from the dragon transformation pool, the three old monsters were alarmed and shouted loudly. The 13 divine lords also revealed their killing intent. They all activated their divine power and attacked. Unfortunately, with the ancient heaven-devouring demon jar here, they could not break through the blockade in a short period of time. Divine King Regeneration Technique. Jiang Taishu shouted with incomparable majesty. He stood in the middle of the field and received spiritual energy from all directions to enter his body. Divine light flickered continuously. This was a secret technique unique to the Divine King physique. As long as the source was not lost, they could recover their body and become almost immortal. The three old monsters who had lived for more than 4,000 years and were still immortal attacked one after another. They began to seal off this space, isolating everything from the outside. They wanted to cut off the sea of spiritual energy that the Divine King needed. The 13 divine lords also attacked with all their strength. Their comprehension of the great Tao was profound. They left marks in the air and sealed off everything. However, it was difficult to block them. Starlight surged down from the sky, creating a vast expanse of whiteness. It was like a giant river of stars, bright and resplendent, submerging the Divine King physique. How is this possible? The Divine City has been suppressed by an extreme weapon and is isolated from the world. How could Jiang Taishu borrow the power of the stars? A Divine Lord level character was shocked. He is borrowing the eternal universe divine furnace to draw upon the great Tao and seize the power of the stars. An old monster was alarmed. This was not a good sign. Jiang Taishu had just been reborn, and he was already connected to the Saint Furnace. Just thinking about it was frightening. Bang! Suddenly, an extreme divine might erupted. The holy weapon that was resisting the eternal universe divine furnace seemed as if it wanted to pierce through the world. It constantly shook and sealed off the void once more. Good. An old monster cried out, revealing a happy expression. Jiang Taishu, let me see just how you will recover. The 3 old monsters and the 13 divine lords were all extremely terrifying. They could look down on the world and were all peak masters of the present age. They laid down Dao patterns together and released their divine power. They began to scheme for the ancient heaven-devouring demon jar. Half an extreme weapon could not display its extreme divine might unless it was held in the hands of an ancient sage. That was why they dared to resist, and even wanted to seize it. Prepare the divine source. Jiang Yun of the Jiang family transmitted. In an instant, several old men stepped forward and took out several large pieces of divine source. They shone brilliantly and piled them in front of Jiang Taishu. They had prepared this long ago. They were afraid that the Divine King's revival would require too much heaven and earth essence, and not enough power of the sun, moon and stars. Now they were finally put to use. Quick, stop him. We cannot let him recover. The 13 divine lords shouted. They felt the seriousness of the situation. Jiang Taishu's revival was a disaster for them. The 3 old monsters also shouted. Friend with an extreme weapon, what are you hesitating for? Hurry and stop Jiang Taishu. They were also anxious. They had interacted with Jiang Taishu 4,000 years ago. No one knew better than them just how terrifying a divine king was. I am resisting the eternal universe divine furnace. Otherwise it would have already flown to Jiang Taishu's side. A cold voice said. What? Jiang Taishu wants to control the sacred furnace now? He wants to kill all of us. It's not as simple as self-preservation. Everyone present was shocked. Jiang Taishu had great courage. He had just been revived, and he wanted to kill all of them. Boom. The extreme pressure came. The terrifying figure in the dark controlled the great emperor's sacred weapon, resisting the eternal universe divine furnace while activating a divine might. Boom. The ancient sky-devouring devil jar was almost knocked away. No one could revive it. Although its power was still terrifying, it could not compare to the eternal universe divine furnace and the other sacred weapon. Boom. The terrifying pressure came again. The sky-devouring devil jar shook again. It was about to be knocked away and could no longer protect this place. Good, let's fight like this. Break through the obstruction. Help us rush in and kill Jiang Taishu. The 3 old monsters and the 13 divine lords saw hope and were encouraged. As long as they could get in, they could definitely kill the weak divine king. Buzz. The void trembled. The eternal universe divine furnace shone brightly and turned into a blood-red divine phoenix. It flew high in the sky and almost got rid of the other great emperor's sacred weapon. Not good. The terrifying figure in the dark screamed. He stopped all attacks and quickly resisted the eternal universe divine furnace. Otherwise, if it was in Jiang Taishu's hands, no one would be able to survive. Chi. In front of the ancient sky-devouring devil jar, the source of God shattered and turned into rays of divine light that entered Jiang Taishu's body. He stood there solemnly. His aura became stronger and stronger. His withered body gradually became moist. His muscles quickly regained their vitality, and his flesh constantly swelled. The divine king had been revived. What he lacked was the replenishment of essence. Now that the source of God was in front of him, there was no hindrance in his recovery. Boom. The eternal universe divine furnace and the other great emperor's sacred weapon continued to suppress each other. From time to time, the extreme pressure of the divine might came down. However, it was all blocked by the ancient sky-devouring devil jar. An hour later, the 3 old monsters and the 13 divine lords all had the intention to retreat. They were almost about to give up. This was because Jiang Taishu's body was crystal clear. He no longer looked like a bag of bones. His thick black hair was like a waterfall. He had completely revived with the Divine King regeneration technique. Boom. The heaven and earth shook. Jiang Taishu absorbed all the source of God and suddenly opened his eyes. 2 rays of cold lightning suddenly tore through the void. It was frightening. With a flash of brilliance, he took a step forward. He faced the 3 old monsters and the 13 divine lords alone. He raised his hand and held the sky-devouring devil jar in his hand. At this moment, his clothes were whiter than snow. His face was like jade. There was no trace of old age. He was full of vigor. It was as if time had turned back, and he had returned to 4,000 years ago. Jiang Taishu. An old monster trembled. His heart was filled with fear. He suddenly thought of Jiang Taishu's heroic appearance from 4,000 years ago. It was no different from now. He knew that the peerless divine king had returned. Whether it was the 3 old monsters or the 13 divine lords, they were all frightened. They couldn't help but tremble when the peerless divine king's gaze swept over them. There are so many of us. Can't we kill a divine king? A divine lord shouted. He wanted to unite everyone to attack. Jiang Taishu's eyes were deep. His eyebrows were like swords. He was very calm. However, when he attacked, he was like a supreme deity walking in the mortal world. Buzz. He charged into the crowd with a single step, and the space around him immediately collapsed. He attacked everyone indiscriminately. This was the peerless divine king. He looked down on the world. Even when facing so many experts, he was not afraid. He had the divine might of a king. Chapter 394. A boundless pressure shook the entire divine city. Everyone shuddered as the pressure seeped into their bones. Jiang Taishu's divine might was unparalleled. He killed his way into a group of top masters alone. No one could stop him. He walked through the shattered void, sweeping away everything in his way. It was better than taking a leisurely stroll in a courtyard. In an instant he sent 3 divine lords flying. No one could stop him. Boom. An old monster made a move. His divine sense was like the sea, turning into a blood-red ocean. It surged forward and attacked Jiang Taishu with an incomparably terrifying divine sense. The divine king was fearless. He covered the sky with his hand and slammed down, using his body to resist the divine sense that contained the power of the precepts. Crack. The attack of the divine king shattered the power of the precepts and shattered the blood-red ocean into pieces. It turned into waves and collapsed in the void. That old evildoer let out a loud cry and flew backwards. Fighting again after 4,000 years, he suffered a great loss in the first exchange. A chill emerged in his heart. Killing the divine king is imminent. We can kill him if we join forces. One of the 13 divine lords shouted. Jiang Taishu's white robe fluttered in the wind. He looked heroic and imposing. His eyes were deeper than the starry sky. He was expressionless. There was no sadness or anger on his face. He was neither happy nor worried. His robe was spotless. He looked majestic and majestic. His entire person seemed to be covered in a layer of divine light. His every movement showed the demeanor of a peerless master. Puff. The person who shouted just now was hit by the divine king. He spat out a mouthful of blood and was sent flying backward. The divine king's battle prowess was shocking. Such a method shocked everyone. No one was not bitterly disappointed. If this continued, everyone present would be filled with grievances. Don't panic. Hold your ground. He alone is not a match for us. An old monster shouted. There were 13 supreme masters and 3 old monsters. Each one of them was a hero who could look down on the world. They were all top figures of the present age. It was almost impossible for such people to work together, because their statuses were too high. They were the masters of this land, and even if they weren't the most respected people in the world, they weren't far off. But now, for the first time ever, they had teamed up together. They could be said to be able to kill gods and Buddhas. There was practically no one in this world who could resist them. However, they did not have the confidence to shatter the heavens and destroy everything that stood in their way. The god kings on the other side were far too powerful. They had a bad feeling about this. Kill. Out of the 13 holy lords, 6 or 7 of them rushed forward. 3 old monsters circulated their powerful divine wills and prepared to shoot arrows from the side to kill the god king. However, Jiang Taishu's strength was beyond their imagination. Wherever he passed, the void would shatter, and nothing could stop him. After dodging the combined attack of 6 or 7 divine lords, he almost instantly arrived in front of one person. He waved his fist and punched through the void, aiming for the chest of an almighty. This person was the weakest. When Jiang Taishu had first revived, 2 beams of divine light had shot out from his eyes and pierced through his skull, almost killing him. This almighty had lost his ability to fight. After such a long period of treatment, although he had recovered most of his strength, his vitality had been greatly damaged. At this moment, Jiang Taishu appeared in front of him. All the hair on his body stood on end. He felt great danger and turned around to retreat. He was as fast as a ghost. It could be said that few people in this world could compete with him in speed. He was like a wisp of smoke, almost ethereal, and his body was untraceable. However, all of this was in vain. Jiang Taishu seemed to be walking in the shattered void. He tore apart heaven and earth and appeared in front of him in an instant. This was a horrifying method. It was not a secret technique that allowed him to travel through the void. He had done it completely with his own strength. There was no smoke or fire at all. It was a very natural attack. It was really like a god had descended, looking down on the earth and the common people. He traveled in the world and had no rivals at all. Jiang Taishu's big hand slapped out. There was a slight buzz. The strength of the attack did not seem to be very strong, but the void collapsed in an instant. This Holy Lord-level character cried out. He discovered that his body seemed to have been branded in the void, as if he were a painting that had been glued to the wall. He couldn't move at all. Boundless killing intent poured down like a river of stars. All of it hit his body, causing endless fear to grow in his heart. Pow! The sound of death rang out. This Divine Lord-level figure was smashed into pieces by Jiang Taishu's big hand, and a large amount of blood sprayed out. Puff! Then, with a soft sound, his cracked body turned into a bloody pulp. His body and soul were completely destroyed. Everyone was stunned. They could not believe all of this. A top figure had been killed just like that, becoming a cloud of smoke in the history. This was extremely frightening. It should be known that everyone present was almighty. They looked down on the vast earth and walked proudly in this world. How many cultivators could compete with them? However, everything in front of them was so terrifying. Even someone as powerful as them could not withstand a single attack from a divine king. They were turned into flying ashes in an instant. There is no need to worry. This person is already heavily injured and has lost the ability to fight. We will not be so weak. These people all had firm wills. Not a single one of them was weak. They were all extraordinary people who looked down on an area. Naturally, they would not give up like this. At this moment, the 12 divine lords retreated together. They worked together and unleashed an earth-shattering attack. Boom! This was an unimaginably terrifying power. Everyone in the divine city felt it. It was as if a peerless demonic abyss had been opened and swallowed the entire world. In the divine city, everyone was stunned. They were sweating all over. Putting aside the divine weapon of the Great Path, they had not heard of such divine might in many years. Everyone was horrified. Their bodies trembled uncontrollably. Being enveloped by such an aura, they immediately associated it with the end of the world. It was horrifying. In front of the dragon transformation pool, the void was like a thin layer of window paper. It was easily torn apart. Thousands of strands of divine power, and tens of thousands of forces of the Great Path attacked. Jiang Taishu's white robes fluttered in the wind. He was peerless. He stood alone in the void. With a gentle stroke in front of him, he cut off the sky. Many of the top figures were shocked to find that this earth-shattering attack that could sweep away the world could not get close at all. Jiang Taishu clearly looked like he was standing not far away. However, the feeling he gave off was that he was separated by a whole world. He was extremely far away. The divine power of the 12 divine lords was already boiling. It was like a surging ocean. The clouds were collapsing, and the waves were splitting the sky. However, when this divine power rushed towards Jiang Taishu, it all disappeared into the broken void in front of him. It was as if it had rushed into a bottomless abyss. It disappeared without a trace. Cutting off the sky was a heaven-defying technique. No matter how monstrous your magic power was and how endless your divine techniques were, there was no effect at all. They were all led into another world. They could not even touch a hair of divine King Jiang. Kill. After all, the 12 mighty figures were not ordinary people. They shouted the word kill at the same time. 12 small worlds appeared, extremely mysterious. Some were like the fragrant flowers and chirping birds. Some were like the dark and lightless underworld. Some were like the colorful glazed world. Some were like the boundless bloody purgatory. The 12 small worlds, each different, pressed down on the void at the same time. They wanted to fill up the broken sky. They were mending heaven and earth with Tao. They wanted to break Jiang Taishu's divine techniques and turn them into flying ashes. In each of the small worlds, endless mysterious patterns appeared. It was as if heaven and earth were being split apart, and the world was evolving into a big world. These were the laws of the 12 divine lords. When they were intertwined, they were comparable to the Great Path. They emitted a grand heavenly sound that seemed to come from ancient times. The divine city rumbled as if it was about to collapse. Everyone was shocked. The heavenly sound of the Great Path was like a tsunami. It was as if thousands of horses and soldiers were galloping. It was deafening. Buzz. Divine King Jiang pierced through the void. No one knew where he had gone. He completely disappeared from the perception of the 12 top masters. Although the 12 divine lords were powerful, they were not a single entity. When they worked together, they could pierce through heaven and earth. But when faced with a top master, they could not act as one. Boom. The divine king rushed out. The ancient sky-devouring devil jar was above his head. He stepped on 5 colored patterns. It was as if he was a divine lord descending to the mortal world. He looked down on all living beings. He appeared directly among the 12 mighty figures. This was not the great void technique of the Ji family. He pierced through heaven and earth with his physical body. Such power made everyone's heart tremble. Buzz. Jiang Taishu punched out toward the 3 divine lords. He was so domineering. He looked at the top masters as if they were grass. He had an aura of supremacy. This was a peerless divine king. Boom. He attacked in the crowd. The 12 mighty figures were fearful. They struck out with the order of heaven and earth to kill the divine king together. However, the 12 divine lords were a little hesitant. If they were not careful, they could seriously injure their allies because they were too close. The ancient sky-devouring devil jar gave off a dazzling light. It completely dissolved the laws and divine power of the 9 divine lords and blocked them outside. As for Jiang Taishu himself, he was like a god. He punched out and sent the 3 divine lords in front of him flying. Blood seeped out of their mouths. One of them was coughing up blood. It was obvious that he was heavily injured and could barely stand. The divine king's white robes fluttered. The ancient sky-devouring devil jar above his head shattered the void and appeared in front of him. His eyes were cold and emotionless. A giant hand came crashing down. Pow! Under the divine king's giant hand, another top master was killed. A divine lord was turned to dust. In the end, nothing was left. What a pity! A peerless master who could sweep through an entire region had turned into dust just like that, disappearing from the world forever. At this moment, after killing a divine lord, the divine king turned to look at Fairy Rosy Cloud, who had died in the dragon transformation pond. His eyes were filled with endless sorrow. Even though he was unrivaled and could kill everyone, his lover would never come back to life. There was nothing he could do, and his heart was filled with endless sorrow. 4,000 years was like a single day. She had bitterly waited for him to return, but in the end, she could only die in his arms. The divine king wanted to cry, but he couldn't stop himself. Wang. The void was pierced. The 3 old monsters suddenly attacked and unleashed their most terrifying attack. They had been waiting for this chance and had finally found the only opening. These 3 old monsters were already top masters more than 4,000 years ago. They had once fought with Jiang Taishu, and although they couldn't cultivate their bodies now, their divine sense had reached the transformation realm. Not many people could contend against them. The 3 divine senses were like 3 oceans. They were blood red, green, and black. They extinguished everything in their way and instantly arrived. This was a supreme mental pressure. It was the embodiment of the grand Tao. Endless power of laws wove together and caused the entire God City to tremble. Even the powerful divine lords felt a chill. If they were hit, they would definitely be turned to ashes. This attack could destroy everything in the world. Within the God City, many people felt as if the end of the world had arrived. They couldn't help but tremble. Boom. The Supreme God King had understood all of this long ago. Even though he was gloomy, he did not ignore everything around him. His black hair danced about as 2 resplendent streaks of light shot out from his eyes towards the old monster in the center. His left and right hands drew out the trajectory of the Grand Tao and pressed forward to meet the other 2 old monsters. Wang. At the same time, the ancient heaven-devouring demon jar above his head trembled. Thousands of beams of light fell down, blocking the 11 divine lords and isolating them. Boom! Mysterious patterns appeared on the divine king's 2 hands. Imprints of the Grand Tao appeared. They clashed with the strongest divine senses of the 2 old monsters, creating a thunderous sound. He used his hands to disperse the terrifying divine senses of the 2 peerless monsters. They coughed up large mouthfuls of blood, and were sent flying. The peerless monster in the center clashed with the divine king's shocking divine senses. It was as if thousands of stars had fallen between the 2, emitting thousands of terrifying lights. This kind of fluctuation shook people's souls. Many people in the God City directly collapsed to the ground. They were terrified and almost suffocated. Boom! The peerless monster's body was torn apart. His head was penetrated by Jiang Taishu's divine senses. His head split open. Red blood and white brain matter splattered everywhere. The peerless monster had cultivated his entire life and lived for more than 4,000 years. He was most proficient in divine senses attacks, but he was completely defeated in this way. The divine king shattered it with his shocking divine senses. The peerless monster was half human and half ghost. The moment his body split open, black fog rushed out. An endless aura of death filled the air. It was as if the gate to the underworld had been opened. The shady hellgrass caused all of this. This was the reason why he could live for more than 4,000 years without dying. The divine king raised his hand and a divine light surged out like a tide. It purified the entire world. The shady hellgrass disappeared. The old monster was completely turned into ashes. Jiang Taishu, your divine senses are also so powerful. The other 2 old monsters were extremely shocked. Their minds were torn apart, and they kept retreating. They had eaten the shady hellgrass. Their divine senses had been nourished and strengthened to an unimaginable level. They had thought that the power of their divine senses should have surpassed the divine king, but they were still no match for him. The divine king's heart was filled with sorrow, but his face was expressionless. He did not respond at all. For 4,000 years, he had wandered between life and death. The divine senses that he had honed were invincible. Who in the world could resist him? Even though the 3 old monsters' divine senses had been nourished, how could they compare to the divine king's bitter cultivation? It was only natural that they would be defeated. Let's go together and kill him. The 11 great masters and the 2 peerless monsters shouted at the same time, but no one stepped forward. Jiang Taishu's clothes were whiter than snow. His face was like jade. His appearance was the same as it was 4,000 years ago. However, he was no longer in high spirits. His eyes were filled with endless sorrow. He had the ancient sky-devouring devil jar on his head. He glanced at everyone and pressed forward step by step. The 11 divine lords and the 2 peerless monsters all retreated involuntarily. This was the invincible style of a peerless divine king. In the past, he had swept through the eastern barren lands and was known as the strongest in the last 5,000 years. Even though he had disappeared for more than 4,000 years, no one had forgotten him. Today, the peerless divine king had revived and returned. He was even more powerful, causing the many divine lords and the 2 peerless monsters to feel fear in their hearts. He faced a group of peerless experts alone, but he was unstoppable. He shocked all the divine lords and the 2 peerless monsters into continuously retreating. What kind of style was this? A divine king appeared in this world, reviving and returning, peerless and extraordinary. Who could contend against him? Chapter 395. The divine king's demeanor was the same as before. His white robe was spotless, his black hair danced in the wind, and his eyes were as deep as the ocean. He walked forward step by step. The 11 holy sovereign level characters and the 2 old monsters couldn't help but take a step back. Every one of them was filled with fear. The supreme divine king had come back to life. He was facing 13 supreme cultivators by himself, but he was unstoppable. Everyone was stunned. It could be said that he had a world-shaking power. Some of the saint lords wanted to retreat, but when they remembered that the divine city was sealed, their hearts sank. Perhaps they could only fight with their backs against the wall. Boom! The divine king's aura rose. His white robe fluttered. Hundreds and thousands of beams of divine light shot out around him, connecting with the sky. Each beam was incomparably thick. They were like pillars that supported the sky. They were dazzling. They tore through the night sky and pierced through the heavens, making the world tremble. This was the murderous intent of the Supreme Divine King. After parting for 4,000 years, his beauty had aged, and his corpse was covered with a white cloth. He was lonely and sad. This was his great sorrow. The Supreme Divine King was not a child. He wouldn't cry, and he wouldn't shed tears like rain. However, his pain and sorrow were even more painful. He was incomparably miserable. It was difficult for outsiders to understand. The murderous intent pervaded the air. The entire divine city seemed to have entered the winter season. Countless leaves swirled in the air. It was filled with a somber atmosphere. Boom. Jiang Taishu made his move. He arrived in front of the 11 Saint Lords with a single step. Beside him, beams of light shot into the sky, transforming into peerless sword beams that shot forward together. Battle Saint Technique. This was the first time the Divine King had used the 9 secrets. It was an offensive saint technique with unparalleled destructive power. At this moment, everyone's expression changed. They did their best to resist. The Divine King's black hair danced in the wind. His eyes were as sharp as knives. With a wave of his hand, thousands of sword beams shot out. The void was pierced through like a beehive. Clang, clang, clang. The 11 supreme cultivators and the 2 old monsters were all enveloped by the sword beams. This was a shock that originated from the soul. The Divine King's murderous intent was like a knife that surged in all directions. Buzz. The void was torn open. Jiang Taishu's hand reached out. It turned into an existence of Tao and grabbed a Saint Lord. Everyone was horrified. The Divine King's methods were heaven-defying. Once a secret technique was displayed, even powerful beings could be sucked into his hands, unable to escape at all. This made everyone here shiver inwardly. Divine King, forgive me. This Holy Lord level figure was alarmed. At this moment of life and death, he roared out, wanting to explain something. Pooh. However, Jiang Taishu didn't give him any chance at all. He was like an ancient well without any ripples. With a forceful swipe of his hand, blood splattered in the air. Just like that, the leader of a generation turned into flying ash, leaving nothing behind. Boom. The entire world seemed to be boiling. The peerless Divine King displayed the Battle Saint technique, which meant that he was going to start a massacre. Everyone knew that he was the strongest in the last 5,000 years. Once he used the fighting formula, who could compete with him? Everyone, do you still want to live? If you don't want to die, then attack with everything you have. A peerless old monster shouted. No one could remain calm. Once a Divine King was angered, even heaven and earth would tremble. His might was incomparably terrifying, directly killing a Holy Lord level figure. They had to cut off all means of retreat and fight him to the death. This was because there was no way to escape the Divine City right now. The Eternal Universe Saint Furnace had sealed off the ancient city, completely isolating it from the outside world. Boom. A massive white bone banner came pressing down, towering majestically. It was as heavy and massive as a white bone mountain. This was a weapon that a peerless old monster had refined his entire life. It had long since wove together the terrifying rules of the world. It was a powerful weapon. Pung. But facing this demonic banner that was as large as a white bone mountain, Jiang Taishu was still fearless. He bravely advanced, punching towards the heavens. Boom. At the same time, everyone else also attacked. The heavy weapon that had laws wove together turned into great stars that came crashing down. A boundless pressure linked together, forming a peerless killing intent that completely enveloped the Divine King. The Divine King was unparalleled. Lightning shot out from his eyes and his pitch-black hair danced behind him. He defied the heavens and charged forwards, not shrinking back at all. Boom. The ancient heaven-devouring demonic jar lightly vibrated, emitting a horrifying aura that blocked almost all of the divine weapons in the sky. The Divine King was unparalleled, showing off his sharpness. It was as if he had returned to 4,000 years ago, full of vigor and arrogance. Incomparably profound innate seals appeared on his fist. Boom. His terrifying fist directly landed on the mountain-like white bone banner. The heavens and earth trembled as if they had returned to the ancient battlefield. There seemed to be a boundless great army fighting fiercely, and the sound of rumbling noises resounded. Gotcha. The battle's saint technique's offensive power was unparalleled. The divine king was enraged, causing the heavens and earth to lose color. His fist that had divine patterns on it shattered the white bone banner high up in the sky, emitting cracking noises. Then with a boom, it completely turned into powder. Light shot out in all directions, and white bone fragments swirled in the air like fireworks. Jiang Taishu destroyed the white bone banner and approached. The old monster screamed as blood dripped from between his brows. Like a scarecrow, he was sent flying. He was almost cleaved apart by Divine King Jiang. Clang! A large bell in the sky pressed down, but it was smashed into pieces by the Divine King's palm. The interwoven rules of order were instantly destroyed. Everyone's hearts turned cold. This kind of heavy weapon that had been refined for many years, and imprinted with heavenly and divine patterns, couldn't even withstand a single blow from Jiang Taishu. How could they resist? Everyone, don't worry. Jiang Taishu has just been revived and can't fight for long. We just need to drag this out until he is exhausted, and we will definitely be able to kill him. A peerless old monster shouted. Boom. Everyone gathered and surrounded the Divine King. They began to carve patterns to seal him. At the same time, they took out many heavy weapons and activated the Great Path, trying to use the power of heaven and earth to suppress him. Bang. Unfortunately, their plans were destined to be in vain. The Divine King was like a real dragon, unstoppable. He could easily penetrate the void and use the battle saint technique. Neither the patterns nor heavy weapons could stop him. Clang! Jiang Taishu grabbed a purple spear in his hand and shook it with all his might, sending an ancient pagoda crashing down towards him flying. He took a step forward and attacked with the opponent's heavy weapon. Everyone attacked him, but they couldn't break through the protection of the ancient sky-devouring devil jar. The Divine King's eyes were like lightning. He locked onto his opponent and didn't let go. He traveled through the void and finally caught up. Although the others joined forces to stop him from chasing after the great cultivator, it was too late. No one could stop him. The Saint Lord level figure screamed. He opened his mouth and spat out the innate origin essence. When a figure of this level went all out, it was absolutely terrifying. Any expert would have to avoid it. However, the Divine King's expression was indifferent. He pointed the purple spear, and with a boom, the innate origin essence of the great cultivator was shattered. Moreover, the spear in the Divine King's hand contained the Great Path laws. It sealed the great cultivator in the void as if he was tied to a wooden stake. The Divine King brandished his purple spear, piercing through this Holy Lord level figure, and lifting him up. Then he fiercely shook his body. With a loud pung sound, a rain of blood scattered outwards. Another great figure had fallen. The others were horrified. This was a Saint Lord level figure. Even if the top cultivators of the world died in battle, it was almost impossible for them to be killed like this. The Divine King's divine might was unparalleled. And with the protection of the ancient sky-devouring devil jar, he was almost invincible. Now no one dared to come forward. At this time almost everyone wanted to retreat. They couldn't wait to escape from the Divine City. What do we do? The Divine City is sealed. There's no way out. The 9 Saint Lords and the 2 old monsters were all bitterly disappointed. There was nothing they could do. Jiang Taishu stood with his spear and approached step by step. His murderous intent was even stronger. He didn't roar or cry, only murderous intent. He wanted to use the blood of these people as a sacrifice to Fairy Rosy Cloud. Finally, someone couldn't bear the Divine King's murderous intent. He rushed into the distance and fled. Even if he couldn't escape from the Divine City, he didn't want to face Jiang Taishu like this. He wanted to live as long as he could. Boom. Heaven and earth trembled. That person was immediately sent flying back. Everyone else was also stopped, unable to leave at all. The Divine King's pure land. This is Jiang Taishu's vision. Everyone's expression changed. The Divine King had used his vision to seal this place. Clearly, he didn't want to let anyone go. Although it was late at night, the place was bright. Jiang Taishu had used his own vision. The Divine King's pure land. This was a beautiful pure land. Spiritual springs gurgled and flowers grew everywhere. It was like a paradise, But at this moment, it was filled with endless sorrow. The sky was filled with a rain of blood. The divine king stood in the center of the pure land. He held Fairy Rosy Cloud's corpse in one hand and the purple spear in the other. Jiang Taishu, aren't you afraid that we'll fight to the death? Shouted an old monster. The divine king didn't answer. He held Fairy Rosy Cloud in one hand and the spear in the other, pressing forward step by step. The rain of blood surrounded him and Fairy Rosy Cloud. What do we do? In the divine king's pure land, Jiang Taishu is the absolute god. The divine king is the king of the eastern barren territory. He has surpassed the peak of the past. How can we fight him? Everyone in the divine king's pure land was panicking. They couldn't escape even if they wanted to. In this divine king's vision, Jiang Taishu was the absolute ruler. Let's use our vision together and shatter the divine king's pure land, shouted an old monster. Boom. All kinds of visions appeared. 5-colored divine radiance shot into the sky and 7-colored auspicious light shot in all directions. However, all of this was futile. The divine king's pure land prison couldn't be shaken. Moreover, the ancient heaven-devouring demon, Jar, was like an eternal protective wall. It floated in the pure land and counteracted all the terrifying divine power of the visions. Rosy Cloud. The divine king's eyes were filled with sorrow. He then held his spear and moved forward. His majestic appearance returned. Clang, clang, clang. In the divine king's pure land, everyone attacked with all their strength. All kinds of heavy weapons interweaved with the power of laws shot forward. There were also many supreme techniques that turned into dazzling radiance and fell on the divine king. However, none of this could change anything. The divine king's pure land and the ancient heaven-devouring demon Jar fused together and became the strongest and most terrifying divine land. Buzz. Wherever Jiang Taishu's divine spear pointed, the void trembled. No one could withstand it. He immediately pierced through a 7-story pagoda and turned it into powder. Then the purple spear pierced forward. Even though that divine lord-level character's supernatural power was monstrous and he had thousands of techniques, he couldn't block this earth-shattering attack. Pfft! Jiang Taishu's attack pierced through him. With one hand holding Fairy Rosy Cloud and the other holding the spear, he lifted him up high and shattered him into pieces in the void. Boom! The divine king didn't stop in the pure land. While he was killing a powerful character, he took a step and arrived in front of an old monster. In this pure land filled with fallen flowers, he was like a god. He was omnipotent. With one attack, the old monster's body almost collapsed. The old monster roared. All kinds of divine radiance rushed out from between his eyebrows and attacked Jiang Taishu. Unfortunately, it was all in vain. Bang! The divine king's attack turned all the divine weapons into dust. All the secret techniques were useless. They couldn't stop him for even a moment. Pfft! The divine king used the purple spear as a sharp blade and slashed down. The old monster was instantly cut in half. His ocean-like consciousness was turned into ashes. The last old monster was terrified. When he saw Jiang Taishu lock onto him, he couldn't care about anything else. He shouted, "Brother Taishu, don't kill me!" Buzz. Jiang Taishu held Fairy Rosy Cloud and approached him. The purple spear was pressed against the old monster's forehead, and the purple radiance was flickering. Thump! The old monster knelt on the ground and said with a trembling voice, "Brother Taishu, spare me. The only people from our generation are you and me." Chapter 396. The old monster had lived for more than 4,000 years, and could be considered a peerless character. Just as he had said, how many people of his generation were left in this world? However, at this moment, he was begging the divine king to spare his life. In order to live, he put down everything and kowtowed. "Kaiyun!" Jiang Taishu called softly. He looked down at the woman in his arms with a gentle expression, as if he was afraid of waking her up. "Brother Taishu, please spare me. In this world, we are the only ones of the same generation." The old monster's voice trembled as he begged for mercy again. The divine king suddenly looked up. His eyes were like lightning, an endless murderous intent rushed out. He coldly stared at the old monster, and the spear in his hand spat out purple light. The old monster's face was pale. He knew that his opponent had made up his mind to kill, and would not show mercy. He said coldly, Let's die together. The divine fire in his head soared into the sky like a celestial furnace burning. It turned into endless flames and swept toward Jiang Taishu. He wanted to destroy the source and wound the divine king. Tut! With a clear shout from the divine king, the boundless terrifying fluctuations instantly calmed down. The peerless old monster was like a painting that was nailed to the void. This was a supreme technique derived from the battle saint technique. It transformed the heavenly sounds of the great Tao into each syllable, intimidating all visible and invisible murderous intents. The divine king's purple spear stabbed forward and pierced the old monster's forehead. Black mist floated out, filled with a dense aura of death. Jiang Taishu lightly shook his spear. The purple divine flames surged and burned everything into ashes. The old monster was completely destroyed in body and soul. At this moment, there were only 8 Saint Lords left. Their expressions changed as they felt danger. How could they fight in this world? In the Divine King's Pure Land, Jiang Taishu ruled everything. He had fused with the ancient heaven-devouring devil jar, and was impossible to resist. He was like a living god. Jiang Taishu held the purple spear in his hand and glanced at everyone. He was still silent. Holding Fairy Rosy Cloud in his arms, they turned into a rain of flowers and moved toward the 8 top masters. Boom! Suddenly, a vast divine might descended, tearing apart the Divine King's Pure Land, and opening up a path to escape. Extreme Tao pressure. Someone controlled the awakened Great Emperor's sacred weapon, and opened up a path to connect the godly king's pure land to the outside world. The 8 saint sovereigns flew up into the sky as if they had been granted amnesty. Pooh! Jiang Taishu struck out, and the purple battle spear pierced through a person, tearing him into pieces. His flesh and blood splattered on the divine king's pure land, turning into a wisp of his soul. Yet another great character's soul was destroyed. Whoosh! The beautiful pure land disappeared, and so did Fairy Rosy Cloud. The divine king had an ancient heaven-devouring devil jar on his head, and a purple spear in his hand. He stood alone on the battlefield. Divine King Ancestor. In front of the dragon transformation pool, the people of the Jiang family cried out in unison. They felt an extreme pressure. Was the most terrifying figure hiding in the dark finally going to make his move? Boom! It was like a surging tide, yet also like the galloping of a magnificent army. It was so loud that many cultivators were unable to endure it, and they almost fell to the ground. High up in the sky, a red-gold godly phoenix turned into a dazzling ray of light and swooped down, entering Jiang Taishu's body. His aura suddenly rose to an unreachable level. At this moment he was no different from a deity. His black hair danced in the wind, and his white robe was otherworldly. His physical body emitted sparkling and translucent lights. His gaze swept across, and it was suffocating. Jiang Taishu, you are so close to the eternal universe furnace. You actually have a natural connection with it. A voice that sounded like a night owl came from the dark. In the underground cave, the sacred furnace made of phoenix blood gold shone so brightly that no one could look at it directly. No one could see its true appearance. Just now, the godly phoenix rushed out of the furnace and entered the divine king's body. It was you who killed Rosy Cloud. Jiang Taishu's voice was calm, but it contained endless sorrow. 4,000 years ago, when you killed my brother, did you ever think that this day would come? The owl-like voice said coldly. Jiang Taishu's expression changed, as if he remembered something from long ago. He thought for a while and said, Central Prefecture's twin kings? Your memory isn't bad. It has been more than 4,000 years, but you still remember us. The voice in the dark turned even colder. In the distance, the Jiang family members' expressions changed. They never expected the hidden enemy to have such a powerful background. More than 4,000 years ago, the Central Prefecture's twin kings were famous throughout the world. Their elder brother was Sun Sovereign King, and their younger brother was Sovereign King of the Eventide. They were twin brothers. When the 2 brothers appeared together, they swept through the world and were invincible. They could be said to be a pair of peerless geniuses that few could match. Divine King Jiang had encountered countless enemies in his life, but his battle with Sun Sovereign King was the most dangerous. It could be said to be a battle that shocked the world and made gods weep. They were unstoppable, and it was unknown how many mountain ranges they had collapsed. They battled for an entire night before Divine King Jiang used a shocking strike to destroy Sun Sovereign King's body and soul, causing him to disappear from the world forever. Jiang Taishu, did you use the Eternal Universe Furnace to kill my brother 4,000 years ago? Sovereign King of the Eventide shouted coldly. I did not use the sacred furnace. After Jiang Taishu said that, he soared into the sky and landed on the surface. The beam shot out by the Eternal Universe Sacred Furnace was as red as blood. It was as beautiful as the sunset, and it was even more resplendent than the sun. Unfortunately, other than Jiang Taishu, no one could see its appearance clearly. At that moment, the two extreme sacred armaments were restraining each other as they continued resisting each other. In front of the dragon transformation pool, the Jiang family members had solemn expressions. They felt that the situation was very bad. Sovereign King of the Eventide was definitely on par with a godly monarch. If they were to truly fight, it was hard to tell who was stronger and who was weaker. Furthermore, who was it that had lent the sacred weapon of an ancient arch to Sovereign King of the Eventide? Although his origins were very mysterious, it was impossible for him to possess an extreme sacred weapon. Sovereign King of the Eventide had great ambitions. He wanted to snatch the Eternal Universe Furnace, and had been making attempts all this while. He had yet to give up even at that moment. At that moment, Yi Fan quietly recalled the godly monarch's means and verified it with his own understanding of the battle's sacred technique. He gained a lot from it. Boom! Suddenly, the battle between Sovereign King of the Eventide and the peerless godly monarch erupted. They charged into the clouds and unleashed their infinite means. The Eternal Universe Furnace and another mysterious extreme sacred weapon were entangled in the incomplete Dharch array patterns. They were not dragged into the battle. No one could see this battle. Both parties walked through the shattered void and engaged in a battle of the Great Tao. It was countless times more dangerous than the previous battle. The divine city trembled as everyone felt their hearts palpitate. They felt as though the Great Tao of the world was pressing down on them. Many people trembled in fear as they slumped to the ground. Sovereign King of the Eventide was definitely an extremely terrifying existence. He was many times stronger than the three old freaks of nature. He had relied on himself to survive to this day. He was not like the three old freaks of nature, who relied on the medicinal effects of the dark nether grass to maintain his immortality. Sovereign King of the Eventide's lifespan had yet to come to an end, and he had infinite divine strength. His body and spiritual will were extremely astounding. His comprehension of the Tao was something that few people in the present world could match. It had reached a horrifying level. It was easy to imagine how terrifying their might would be if the Sun Sovereign of the past was still alive, and the Gemini monarchs joined forces to roam the world. This battle was destined to be recorded in the history of cultivation. It was unknown how many years it had been since a battle between two peerless kings had happened. However, what was regrettable was that no one was able to see the process of their battle. The two of them were sparring with the Great Tao in the sky. Unless it was an opponent at the same level, there was no way to see it. Kill. The 7 holy lords that had fled returned and charged at the Jiang family. They wanted to disrupt the celestial monarch's mind, and indirectly aid Sovereign King of the Eventide in killing him. It was not that they did not wish to leave, but with the divine city sealed, the Eternal Universe Divine Furnace was not put away. They had no way of escaping. If Jiang Taishu were to win, everyone would die. No one would be able to survive. Boom! The world was penetrated as the ancient heaven-devouring fiend jar came crashing down, preventing the holy lords from leaving the dragon transformation pool. It spewed out endless killing intent. The 9th bandit, Jiang Yi, went forward and bellowed, "Cowards that hide their heads but show their tails." Jiang Yin also went forward and stared coldly at the 7 peerless experts. The other party was so sinister that they had forced the celestial monarch to use half a supreme Tao weapon to protect them. This made him extremely furious. "Godly monarch patriarch, there's no need to worry about us. As long as you can win, everything can be reversed," shouted the Jiang family. Ha ha. The 7 holy lords laughed out loud. Jiang Taishu is dead for sure. They soared into the sky and distanced themselves from the area. They were afraid that the peerless godly monarch would suddenly return. Boom. Suddenly, the eternal universe sacred furnace trembled as though it was about to tear through the sky. It caused the entire divine city to tremble. What happened? The Jiang family was alarmed. Oh no, the Varch runes inscribed by Sovereign King of the Eventide have been activated. They have fused with another sacred weapon, and are trying to take the divine furnace away. The Jiang family expert controlling the sacred sun furnace shouted in horror. Damn it! Jiang Yun roared angrily. He finally realized that the sovereign of the Eventide killing the celestial monarch was only secondary. His main goal was to snatch the sacred sun furnace. Boom! A terrifying pressure came from the firmaments as the two peerless monarchs seemed to be approaching the ground. Jiang Taishu, the eternal universe sacred furnace will be mine. You are powerless to reverse the situation. Sovereign of the Eventide sneered as he stirred the great Tao to intercept Jiang Taishu, preventing him from returning to the ground. Strike out the furnace on you, and let it approach the sacred sun furnace. Suddenly, Jiang Taishu's voice rang out in Yi Fan's mind. Yi Fan's heart jolted as he immediately thought of the Li-Fire divine furnace. Could it really be related to the Jiang family's sacred sun furnace? At this moment, it was not the time to hesitate. Yi Fan was very decisive as he struck out the Li-Fire divine furnace, turning it into a stream of fiery light that flew towards the eternal universe sacred furnace. Boom! The world trembled as the eternal universe sacred furnace radiated brilliantly. The phoenix blood scarlet gold sacred radiance instantly drowned the entire bearing ancient city. Everyone in the city was stunned. What was happening? Following that, nearly half the people knelt down. They could not withstand the sudden and vast pressure. The eternal universe sacred furnace stabilized. Even though the other sacred artifact had fused with the great emperor's array patterns to resist it, it was still at an absolute disadvantage. In the firmaments, Sovereign of the Eventide exclaimed, "What furnace is that? It contains the great emperor's Tao patterns. It has cracked the array patterns I inscribed." Dong! The great Tao heavenly melody resounded above the clouds as though ancient heaven had descended upon the mortal world. It produced an unparalleled great Tao divine power that drowned the entire divine city. Sovereign of the Eventide grunted and said, "Jiang Taishu, you were sealed in Mount Purple and your lifespan is nearly depleted. How did you break through to such a realm?" Chapter 397. Inside the ancient God city, the eternal universe furnace glowed brightly. The mist was like blood as the clouds steamed and overflowed with colors. The scarlet gold phoenix blood holy radiance drowned the entire city. High in the sky, the sovereign of the Eventide had suffered greatly. He was stunned by the peerless godly monarch's means. His body trembled violently as he spat out a mouthful of silver blood that splattered across the city. Dong! Below, a large expanse of majestic palaces was reduced to smithereens after the blood droplets fell. It was obvious how terrifying it was. That's silver blood. Why is his blood silver? The people in the God City were astounded. The sovereign of the Eventide was so terrifying. Was he a god? It was just a mouthful of blood that had fallen normally. It was not infused with peerless divine power, but it had penetrated a vast palace and reduced it to dust. What kind of power was contained in his blood? The silver blood was especially eye-catching. Everyone was alarmed. What kind of physique was this? Almost everyone was puzzled as they had never heard of it before. The void was like a painting that was torn apart by the sovereign of the Eventide and the peerless godly monarch. It trembled violently as the power of the great Tao laws destroyed and penetrated everything. The God City that had stood for so many years was shaking, as though it would collapse at any moment. No one could imagine what kind of battle the two monarchs were having in the distant sky. This kind of confrontation was mind-blowing. Just the aftershocks were enough to make people shiver in fear, not to mention the true battle in the night sky. Rumble! Suddenly, a gigantic statue appeared in the sky. It was like a god that created the world. Its majesty was inviolable as it overlooked all life. What kind of creature is that? In the God City, there were not many people who could stand. Those with weaker cultivations could not even look at the sky. Even the powerful seniors could not remain calm. The Lord of the Eventide descends upon the land. This is the phenomenon of the sovereign of the eventide. Finally, someone recalled some rumors and recognized the majestic god. Such a gigantic figure filled the sky of the god city. A single slap from him was enough to cover the vast ancient city. How can a person's phenomenon be so huge? It actually transformed into a god. This is too terrifying. Everyone was stunned. Being looked down upon by this enormous deity made them feel an indescribably terrifying pressure, as if they were ants looking up at a deity. Everyone's faces were pale, and they couldn't help but tremble. This was a natural suppression, an instinctive fear that originated from their souls. Boom. This deity seemed like it could split apart heaven and earth. A large hand reached out, covering the entire divine city. The starry skies could no longer be seen. The heavenly dome trembled, about to collapse. Jiang Taishu, so what if you've made a breakthrough? Your lifespan has dried up and your body is empty. How are you going to fight me? The deity that stood between the heavens and the earth opened his mouth. His voice was so loud that it was like thunder descending into the world. Many palaces directly collapsed. Within the ancient city, almost everyone's ears were ringing, and they were on the verge of collapsing. Many people were shaken to the point of spitting out blood. The sovereign of the eventide was so powerful. As his opponent, one would truly feel despair. How was one to defeat him? The huge hand covered the sky, and in an instant, an oppressive aura filled every inch of the space, causing everyone's hearts to tremble. Boom. The deity's huge hand was boundless as it grabbed the peerless godly monarch within. This scene was finally captured by the people below. Godly monarch ancestor. Ancestor. The people from the Jiang family cried out anxiously as their eyes nearly popped out of their sockets. Even though the godly monarch was invincible, he had just been revived. In a battle with a peerless sovereign, he had already been defeated at the Khanate realm. At this moment, with the sovereign of the eventide producing such a shocking phenomenon, who could resist it? Even if the godly monarch was unscathed, he might not be able to withstand it safely. Gemini King is invincible throughout the world. Jiang Taishu, I'll send you on your way. The terrifying deity's voice was like a tsunami that connected the world, as though it came from above the 9 heavens. The great Tao heavenly melody sounded as though it tore through space-time from ancient times. The huge deity's finger was dazzling, as though it was burning with endless flames. He wanted to sacrifice the godly monarch alive, and wipe him from the world forever. All sorts of great Tao laws streaked across the night sky, converging at a single point in the huge hand. Everyone was stunned. The birth of this deity could be said to be unparalleled in the world. Who could match him? The peerless godly monarch was caught in his hand and was unable to escape. He was being ground by the endless great Tao laws and was in imminent danger. Godly monarch ancestor. The people from the Jiang family roared. They were about to activate the ancient heaven-devouring fiend jar and blast it into the endless void. However, the 7 great sage-level figures appeared together. All of them were sneering as they prepared to snatch the other half of the extreme Tao sacred armament. They had finally seen Jiang Taishu being suppressed. They did not wish for any accidents to happen. If the peerless godly monarch was not eliminated, they would definitely die. Pop! Suddenly, a soft sound came from the night sky. The huge deity trembled as a bloody hole appeared in his huge palm. Jiang Taishu. The sovereign of the eventide roared as his hand became even more resplendent. The bloody hole rapidly disappeared, and it was as good as new. Pop. However, the soft sound rang out once again. The deity's hand was like a resplendent firework, constantly splattering blood as bloody holes appeared one after another. The hand was unable to close and was penetrated by the sword beams that surged into the sky. None of the nomological powers could stop it. Pwah. Finally, with a soft sound, the peerless godly monarch broke out. His clothes were not stained with blood and he was pure white. He stood silently in the void as he transformed into a peerless divine sword. He used his body to slice through the deity's hand and charged out. Battle sacred art. The sovereign of the eventide said coldly, "Unfortunately, you are still an arrow at the end of its flight. You are unable to use your full strength. Quick, revive the sacred furnace and escape the entanglement of the other large sacred armament." The people from the Jiang family turned anxious. Jiang Taishi was a heaven-bestowed godly monarch, but unfortunately, he had just been revived. It was likely that he would perish in a battle with a life-and-death enemy. They could not help but be anxious. Immovable. The few elders controlling the eternal universe furnace were horrified. They were unable to escape the other large sacred furnace. The sovereign of the Eventide is plotting something big. He wants our race's sacred furnace. The few elders had anxious expressions. The sovereign of the Eventide had come with the ancient large sacred armament to resist the eternal universe sacred furnace. He had opened up a path for the other sacred masters to enter the underground palace to kill the godly monarch. And during this process, he had done all he could to control the other large sacred armament to resist the eternal universe divine furnace. He had even carved astonishing large array patterns on it. Finally, not long ago, he had finished inscribing the Khanate patterns, forming a supreme divine array. He had fused with the ancient large sacred armament, and was about to snatch the eternal universe furnace away. If not for Yi Fan striking out with the Leaf Fire divine furnace, he would have probably succeeded. Although the eternal universe furnace held the absolute advantage, it was still unable to escape the entanglement. With a thought, Yi Fan attempted to establish a connection with the Leaf Fire divine furnace, and instigate it to produce even greater might. Rumble. Divine flames surged into the sky. After the Leaf Fire divine furnace was instigated, it emitted an extremely terrifying fluctuation. 9 divine birds rushed out, and in addition, there was a sun that hung high in the sky. Yi Fan was alarmed. If it were any other day, it was absolutely impossible for the furnace to have such world-shaking might. However, at this moment, it was extremely shocking. It was nearly comparable to a large sacred armament. What's going on? The people of the Jiang family were also stunned. I know. This is the supreme treasure that my Jiang family lost countless years ago. I didn't expect it to appear in the world. The supreme expert Jiang Yun's eyes shot out a strange light. In the past, the divine king ancestor learned of its whereabouts and went out to search for it. That's why it disappeared. The 9th bandit Jiang Yi also sighed. Yi Fan's mind was empty. He used his powerful divine will to control the furnace, and instigated it to release even more astonishing power. It really is the Thearcha's nomological laws and array patterns. The 7 divine lords were all shocked. They wanted to stop it, but it was impossible. People were shocked to find that there were 9 divine rainbows on the Leaf Fire divine furnace that were connected to Yi Fan. On the lid, there were 9 ancient characters blooming with scarlet light. The 2 couldn't be severed. It was as if they had become one. The 7 divine lords tried many times, but to no avail. These 9 ancient characters are Thearcha's characters. Every ancient character flowed with the aura of the great Tao. They were incomparably profound, as if they wanted to attract people's minds. Boom! The Leaf Fire divine furnace emitted ripples that swept out in all directions. Extremely profound array patterns naturally formed and imprinted themselves in the void. Yi Fan was shocked to realize that he wasn't the one who had caused all of this. He was just the one who had triggered it. All of this was because of the eternal universe furnace's existence. When the Leaf Fire divine furnace approached it, it seemed to be activated as if it had a life of its own. The Leaf Fire divine furnace was like a Khanate Tharch divine array. It sealed the Khanate patterns that the sovereign of the Eventide had inscribed. The eternal universe furnace was even more terrifying. Its might was even more monstrous as it tried to suppress another Thearcha's sacred artifact. What a pity! I missed the eternal universe sacred furnace. High in the sky, the sovereign of the Eventide seemed to have endless regrets. However, it's not too late for me to kill Jiang Taishu. He had expended all means to snatch the Thearcha's sacred artifact, but it was all for naught. Now he was focused on killing the godly monarchs. The sovereign of the Eventide knew that he didn't have much time left. Once the eternal universe furnace was freed, he could only avoid it. Killing the peerless godly monarchs was his only option. Boom! In the sky, there was an eternal divine light that stretched endlessly. It was as though it had existed since the beginning of time, becoming the only thing in the world. In the divine city, no one would forget this day. It was a calamity for them. At least half of them had collapsed to the ground, coughing up blood. There was no way to resist this supreme pressure. It was like a demonic mountain was pressing down on them. It was an unbearable weight. The battle between the sovereign of the eventide and the peerless godly monarchs reached its climax. The laws of the world and the order of the great Tao were constantly struck out by them, turning the night sky into a world of light. Jiang Taishu, you're finished. Your body is drained and you have no divine power to use. You can't power the great Tao of the world. How are you going to fight me? The sovereign of the eventide sneered. At this moment, the eternal divine light vanished. The figures of the Middle Grounds King and the Eastern Wilderness godly monarchs finally appeared. The godly monarch's pure land was beautiful. A rain of crystalline flowers fell from the sky, and there was only a single divine tree there. It was as vigorous as a horned dragon. It gently swayed as it received the baptism of the rain of flowers. The peerless godly monarch sat quietly under the ancient tree. His white clothes were flawless, and his eyes were closed. He allowed the crystalline rain to touch him, as though he had passed away in meditation. Jiang Taishu, do you think the godly monarch's pure land can stop me? The sovereign of the eventide's voice was no longer aged. He had reversed time, allowing his body to recover to its peak state. No one expected the sovereign of the eventide to look so young. He exuded a heroic aura. His black hair cascaded down like a waterfall, and his brows were sword-like. His eyes were extremely sharp. His grace was like jade, and his aura was like a rainbow. As he approached step by step, he exuded a heroic aura. It was as though he was a god of war that had been resurrected. As luster enveloped his body, boom! The surface of his body suddenly emitted a divine light that surged into the sky. A golden divine robe appeared and covered his body, making him look like a sun. His black hair fluttered in the wind, and his handsome face made him look like a god. The golden robe burned like flames, and a golden divine spear appeared in his hand. With a pft, he penetrated the godly monarch's pure land. How is this possible? The godly monarch's pure land is said to be indestructible. How did the sovereign of the eventide penetrate it? Everyone in the divine city was extremely shocked. They could not believe everything that had happened. As for the people from the Jiang family, they were nearly in despair. How could this happen? The godly monarch's pure land was peerless in the world, so how could the sovereign of the eventide penetrate it? Within the godly monarch's pure land, the falling flowers were like a rain of tears. They danced in the air and landed under the ancient divine tree. The peerless godly monarch was silent, as though he was carved from divine jade. Has the godly monarch passed away? This was the question on everyone's mind. Jiang Taishu, you should understand now. Even if you were to be resurrected to your peak state, you wouldn't stand a chance. I'm wearing the divine robe of an ancient sage, and the divine spear in my hand has such an origin. It's hard to find in this world, and even your godly monarch's pure land can't stop me. The sovereign of the eventide was awe-inspiring as he pointed his spear at the peerless godly monarch in front of him. Be destroyed. The sovereign of the eventide shouted. The golden divine robe shone brightly like a golden sun. He was like a god born from fire as he stabbed forward with the golden spear in his hand. Avenge my elder brother. Gemini King, you are invincible. Pfft! Divine blood dyed the pure land. The peerless godly monarch's chest was penetrated, and under the ancient divine tree, blood flowed all over the ground. On his flawless white robe, ghastly flowers of blood appeared. The blood dyed the ground red, and it flowed into the flowers. Even the roots of the ancient trees were soaked. The rain of flowers that filled the sky was dyed with blood. As they floated down, they surrounded the peerless godly monarch, but he still did not open his eyes. Although there was a rain of flowers, everything was very quiet. It was as though time had come to a standstill. The golden spear piercing through the godly monarch's chest seemed to become an eternal scene. Godly monarch! The Jiang family cried out in sorrow. The peerless godly monarch is dead. Everyone in God City was alarmed. Jiang Taishu, the sovereign of the eventide, wanted to lift the godly monarch up, but the godly monarch's hand suddenly grabbed the golden spear, firmly locking it in place. The peerless godly monarch's white robe was dyed with blood, but he did not open his eyes. His crystalline face did not show any emotions. as though he was a god that was resting in peace. Blood flowed from his wound, emitting a scarlet mist that flowed along the golden spear. It was very gentle, dyeing the sovereign of the Eventide's hand red. Ah! The sovereign of the Eventide yelled as though he had discovered the most terrifying thing. He wanted to retreat, but he realized that he was firmly locked in place. Boom! The golden-robed sovereign of the Eventide suddenly burst into flames, emitting a blinding light that roasted the entire world. He struggled violently. The legends are true. The godly monarch has the blood of a god flowing within him. After mastering it, he will improve further, and the blood of a god will awaken. Chapter 398. Within the godly king's pure land, a rain of sparkling petals fell. Beneath the divine tree, the white-robed godly monarch was covered in blood. He had been pierced by the divine spear, but he remained motionless. His black hair drooped down, and his eyes were tightly shut on his jade-like face. He looked like a god. The blood of a god. The sovereign of the Eventide yelled as the divine blood flowed up the golden divine spear like a haze. It ignited his body as it emitted blinding flames. He was in extreme pain, but he was unable to extricate himself. Why? The golden divine clothes on his body were dazzling as they flowed with the aura of a god. However, it could not change anything. It could not fend off the raging flames. This was because the golden divine clothes did not cover every inch of his body. The divine blood burned through his hands into his body, but the clothes were unable to stop it either. Boom! His organs began to burn. The divine clothes were resplendent, but they could not protect his insides. The sovereign of the Eventide's hair flailed about as he roared into the sky. He struggled with all his might, but it was to no avail. The peerless godly monarch's hands were like the roots of the earth, unshakable. He held the divine spear motionlessly, like a god that had existed for eternity. Boom! Scarlet light surged into the sky as flames spread in all directions. The sovereign of the Eventide's head also began to burn. His young and valiant face turned snow-white and completely distorted. I am the lord of the Eventide. I rule the world. No one can kill me. He roared into the sky as he stirred the power of the great Tao in an attempt to extinguish the flames, but it was of no use. The divine fire enveloped him, illuminating the pure land. It was like the first ray of light at the beginning of the world. It was sacred and auspicious, but it contained boundless terrifying power. The sovereign of the Eventide was indignant as he clenched the golden spear tightly. He wanted to pull it out of the peerless godly monarch's body, and completely extricate himself from all of this. Unfortunately, it was all for naught. He was rooted to the spot, unable to move at all. Everyone in the divine city was alarmed. They originally believed that the godly monarch had been killed, but they never expected him to have such means. He wanted to burn the king of the Central Plains to ashes. Sage awakening. The sovereign of the Eventide roared. At that moment, if he had no other choice, he would undoubtedly die. The blood of a god had burned into his bones. Buzz. The golden divine robe on his body shone brilliantly, as if it had a life of its own. It trembled unceasingly. This was a divine robe refined by an ancient saint. In this world, other than the great emperors, there weren't many who could break it. It could be said that this was a divine object that cultivators yearned for even in their dreams. It could only be chanced upon by luck, and it was a peerless treasure. Lord of the Night, eternal and undying, bloodline rebirth. He was borrowing the power of the Shun-E to awaken the slumbering silver blood, and draw out an indescribably terrifying potential. Rumble. The sound of a tsunami was heard. Silver blood seeped out of his skin, and turned into a white flame that burned. It fought against the scarlet mist divine blood, and tried to drive it away. And at this moment, the ancient sage's divine clothes gradually awakened, providing him with endless divine power. The sovereign of the night's roar tore through the void as he slowly, but firmly pulled out the divine spear from the celestial king's body. Then he turned into a ray of light and rushed out of the divine king's pure land. He roared in the night sky as he tried to extinguish the flames on his body. The roar was heart-wrenching. Many cultivators could not withstand it as they fainted from the vibrations and fell to the ground. Ah! The sovereign of the night let out a final roar as though he had expended all his strength. His body was nearly burnt to a crisp before he finally extinguished the flames. Jiang Taishu, you have injured me to such a state. I want to refine your divine blood to make up for everything. The sovereign of the knight's voice was bone-chilling, making one's hair stand on end. Pwah! Streams of silver blood gushed out from his charred body as they covered his entire body. Following that, a holy light that resembled moonlight constantly flashed, illuminating him. Boom! The white flame burned as he was reborn from the flames. His dry and cracked body once again glowed with the aura of life. It was as tender as a baby's skin as he was revived. And during this process, the Shen-Yi on his body constantly trembled as it glowed brilliantly. It was as though it was breathing and possessed endless vitality. What kind of physique does he have? Why does he have silver blood? Many people in the Divine City were alarmed. The sovereign of the Eventide's physique was very terrifying, and it was in no way inferior to the Eastern Wilderness divine body. He has the divine robe of an ancient sage. What should we do? Worry appeared on the faces of the people of the Jiang clan. This kind of peerless divine object was almost indestructible. The Jiang clan also had it, but it was a pity that they didn't bring it with them at this time. Jiang Taishu, how can you compete with me now? The sovereign of the Eventide relied on the divine clothes of an ancient sage, and with the golden spear in hand, he once again penetrated the godly monarch paradise and easily entered it. This time he didn't act rashly. He pointed the divine spear in front of him, and the invisible killing intent transformed into an indestructible sharpness, rushing toward Jiang Taishu. The divine tree swayed and petals danced in the air. The divine king's white clothes were dyed in blood, but he still didn't move. It was as if he had really passed away in a sitting position under the tree. There was a hole in his chest that went straight from the front to the back, and the blood had already stopped flowing. Jiang Taishu, you've broken through to the advanced divine king realm, but your life force has dried up. The sovereign of the Eventide sneered and said, although my blood hasn't transformed into a divine bloodline like yours, my life force is more exuberant than yours. There's no need to say so much if you want to kill me. Just come forward. You haven't attacked yet because you're afraid. The peerless divine king finally spoke, but his eyes remained closed. I'm afraid? What a joke. I have the divine robe of an ancient sage, and I'm invincible. Who can compete with me? Even if you're in your best condition, you won't stand a chance. The peerless sharpness appeared as Jiang Taishu sat cross-legged under the divine tree. However, his life essence and the great Tao were one as he struck out. This was a white-robed divine king, and he was almost the same as Jiang Taishu. He was born from Tao integration, and when he arrived before Jiang Taishu, an unparalleled pressure blanketed the world. This was a kind of divine might that seemed to be splitting the world apart. It was as if they had returned to the time when all living things were born. There was no one who wasn't afraid. Ah! The sovereign of the Eventide yelled. His black hair danced wildly as the golden divine spear was thrust into the sky, meeting the peerless divine king's astounding attack. At the same time, the divine robe on his body was as resplendent as the sun as it completely ignited. Dong! The firmament was penetrated. The peerless divine king's all-out attack seemed to penetrate through the past, present, and future as he struck out with the extreme strength of the Tao. Everyone in the divine city was suppressed by this unparalleled pressure, and fell to the ground. Not a single person could stand. Bang! The sovereign of the Eventide was struck out of the pure land as he flew towards the ends of the horizon. Then he plummeted to the ground as he coughed out large mouthfuls of blood. As the blood splattered down, it reduced the palaces to dust. Although the sovereign of the middle ground was heavily injured, he wasn't in pain. He even revealed a smile as he coughed out blood. Jiang Taishu, you are finished. In the divine king's pure land, the peerless divine king's body swayed as he nearly collapsed under the divine tree. It was as if he had expended all his life essence and his life force. Your strongest attack, the battle saint technique, has already been unleashed. How are you going to fight me? The sovereign of the Eventide yelled as he coughed out blood. The divine robe of an ancient sage is impossible to penetrate. You can't hurt my core. He roared into the sky as he laughed. His heroic face was almost hideous. Divine King Ancestor. The Jiang family cried out in sorrow. They couldn't bear to watch any further. Haha. The 7 sacred masters roared with laughter as they finally heaved a sigh of relief. With the Divine King's death, an era had come to an end. They no longer needed to worry. Jiang Taishu, I want the Purple Mountain Imperial Way. I want the 9 secrets. Then, I'll send you on your way. The sovereign of the Eventide took large strides into the sky as he truly had the supreme might of a sovereign descending upon the world. Within the divine city, everyone was alarmed. The Eastern Wilderness Divine King and the Middle Grounds Sovereign had existed for more than 4,000 years. The peerless battle had finally come to an end. The Divine King's Pure Land was said to be indestructible, but it was instantly penetrated by the ancient sage's divine spear. The sovereign of the Eventide easily walked in. Even your Pure Land can't stop me. Do you still want to struggle? How are you going to face the peerless divine item left behind by the ancient sage? The sovereign of the Eventide yelled as he pointed his divine spear towards the sky before slowly slashing it down, aiming for Jiang Taishu's throat. Sovereign of the Eventide, what kind of sovereign are you to take advantage of someone's perilous state? By killing my race's divine king, the Jiang family will never rest until you are dead. Some of the elders of the Jiang family had tears welling up in their eyes. Jiang Yun even swore to the heavens as he roared. If my race's divine king perishes, my Jiang family's heritage will be unleashed. Be it the sacred land behind you, or the Middle Grounds eternal dynasty, we will use the eternal universe sacred furnace to wipe them all out. As the sovereign of the Eventide, I have reigned supreme over the world. Who dares threaten me? I'm definitely going to kill Jiang Taishu. The sovereign of the Eventide attacked as peerless killing intent swept through the entire Pure Land. Under the divine tree, the white-robed divine king was hugging Fairy Rosy Cloud. His expression was calm without any joy or worry. There was no sign of fear towards death. The divine king had regrets. Day after day, scene after scene. After being separated for 4,000 years, he let out a heavy sigh. He turned around and faced the sovereign of the Eventide before letting out another sigh. You. The sovereign of the Eventide felt as though he had been struck by lightning as he froze in place. His peerless killing intent had dissipated and his soul was on the brink of dissipating. Clang. The golden spear in his hand fell to the ground as his glabella split open, with a wisp of blood seeping out. His face was filled with disbelief as he said with great difficulty, "The sigh of the gods." He slumped into the Pure Land, almost unable to believe everything that had happened. His expression was distorted as he could not accept the outcome. It's really the sigh of the gods. Ancient godly monarchs are able to demonstrate the mighty power of the gods after reaching the pinnacle. Since ancient times, not many people have been able to do it. The Jiang family's godly monarch has actually used it in a perilous situation. Everyone was alarmed. All of this had exceeded their expectations. Why can it penetrate the divine robe of an ancient sage? It penetrated into my body and soul. The sovereign of the Eventide was indignant. The peerless divine item was unharmed, but he had been penetrated. The sigh of the gods had destroyed all his vitality. Clang. The divine robe of an ancient sage was a peerless treasure in the world. It possessed a life of its own, and it automatically separated itself from the sovereign of the Eventide. Together with the spear, it transformed into a golden divine beam that charged out of the Pure Land. Boom. A domain gate appeared in the sky as the great emperor's sacred armament that was clashing with the eternal universe furnace released trillions of lightning bolts. They tore through space and tore through the void. The divine robe of an ancient sage followed closely behind and entered it. In the blink of an eye, it vanished without a trace. In the Pure Land, the sovereign of the Eventide collapsed, his body and soul extinguished. The sovereign of the Eventide has been killed. Jiang Taishu has released the sigh of the gods and killed his nemesis. The 7 sacred lords turned pale, as they charged in different directions. Now a great calamity had befallen them. Unfortunately, all of this was destined. They had no way of escaping. The peerless godly monarch walked out of the Pure Land as the eternal universe sacred furnace flew above his head. In the blink of an eye, he vanished. If there were too many peerless experts in the divine city, they would definitely have a dragon-like blood aura that surged into the sky. There was no way to conceal it. Boom. In the north, the first surge of blood aura was extinguished. It indicated that a peerless expert had perished. Boom. In the west, the second dragon-shaped blood aura was extinguished. Another peerless expert had been eliminated from the world. The peerless godly monarch has taken action. Divine might of lightning. His speed is too fast. In the blink of an eye, he has already killed 2 peerless experts. Tonight, the divine city is destined to be dyed red with the blood of peerless experts. Everyone was stunned. This night would definitely be recorded in the annals of cultivation history. Chapter 399. The sovereign of the Eventide has perished. He had lived for more than 4,000 years, and almost no one could stand up to him. Yet he was defeated. The twin kings of the Middle Ground, who had lived for more than 4,000 years and were known to be invincible, have been reduced to dust just like that. It's almost unbelievable. Everyone was in discussion. The Middle Ground's king had died a violent death. He had been killed even while wearing the divine robes of an ancient sage. It deeply shocked everyone. This was the end of an era. A monarch who looked down on the world had forever become history. His blood and fame had forged the great legend of another divine king. Qi. South of the divine city, a dragon-shaped blood qi that pierced into the sky dimmed before it was completely extinguished. It indicated that a third top figure had been eliminated from the world. Another important figure had died. People found it hard to imagine what kind of terrifying waves would be stirred in the world after tonight. Divine lords were the masters of this land, but they had been killed one after another tonight. It would definitely cause a huge uproar that would shock the world. At that moment, the Jiang family was no longer nervous. The divine king had reversed the situation and killed the sovereign of the Eventide alone. They found it unbelievable. What a pity that we weren't able to keep that great emperor's sacred weapon. Otherwise, who in this world would dare be our Jiang family's enemy? This was the thought of many in the Jiang family. What kind of background do the 13 divine lords have? Why didn't the divine king patriarch spare their lives and investigate their origins? A young cultivator from the Jiang family was puzzled. It had been a very sullen night, and he wanted to know who the enemies behind the scenes were. Jiang Yin glanced at him and did not say a word. The other seniors also fell silent. Another member of the younger generation, the descendant of the divine king, Jiang Yifei, was also present. He had Jiang Taishu's charm and was similarly handsome. He shook his head and said, "Unless we can become enemies with the entire world." The names of the 13 divine lords were unknown to the world, so it was not a big deal for them to perish like that. However, if they were found out in public, it would be equivalent to falling out with the major factions behind them. They could only fight. The Jiang family had a heritage of more than 100,000 years, and could be said to be extremely prosperous. It was enough to intimidate the eastern wilderness, and was an extremely powerful existence even among the sacred grounds. However, they definitely did not have the strength to resist the sacred grounds alone. If they were to find out that several of the sacred grounds were involved, it would result in a tsunami-like war. What kind of person was a supreme god king? Perhaps he had already figured out the origins of these people in the process of exchanging blows, but he would not reveal it. He could only kill them all. Regardless of whether these people came from the Middle Ground or the Eastern Wasteland, the Divine King was not afraid of them at all. If he killed them like this, then so be it. No dynasty or Holy Land would dare to jump out and accuse him. Qi. The fourth streak of blood energy that pierced through the heavens, and the earth dimmed. Another great figure had become the dust of history. Soon after, the majestic blood energy that was as thick as a mountain and rushed into the clouds was extinguished one after another. The time interval was not very long. Dead all dead. 7 Saint Lord level characters, not a single one survived. Peerless God King, peerless elegance. He single-handedly killed 13 sacred lords, 3 old freaks of nature, and killed the central state's sovereign of the Eventide. How impressive is that? Within the divine city, everyone was shocked. The divine king revived, and in a single night, he actually did such a world-shaking thing. It was truly shocking. All of them have been extinguished. Not a single one of them could have survived. They were all overlords of the present age. These overlords were enough to sweep through the world. Almost no one could compete with them. They were the pinnacle of the present age, but unfortunately, they had encountered the peerless God King. It was destined that they would not be able to change the outcome. Yi Fan was also shocked. Who could compete with the Divine King's heroic bearing? If one were to ask the entire world, how many people like him could be found? At this moment, he had long lost his connection with the leaf-fire divine furnace. That mysterious furnace seemed to have a life of its own as it followed the Divine King along with the eternal universe furnace. This night was destined to be a sleepless one. No one could calm down. The peerless God King had stunned the world and made everyone's hearts surge with emotions. In the sky, a lonely figure walked over. The bloodstains on his white clothes were all gone, and his black hair danced in the wind. The Divine King did not have the joy of victory after a great battle. Instead, there was only endless loneliness and sorrow. He arrived in front of the dragon transformation pool. Everyone knelt down, showing him great respect. Everyone was extremely moved. The Divine King let them get up. Then he came before the broken pieces of blood. With a light shout, his body shone with boundless light and completely purified the place. Ancestor Divine King, don't be sad. All the disciples came to save you willingly. Being able to help is their greatest wish. Jiang Yin consoled. Jiang Yin advised. He did not wish for the Divine King to expend his life essence and damage his already weakened body. I don't know if reincarnation and reincarnation exist. If there is, I have already used the forbidden technique from the ancient scriptures to ensure their safe passage. Jiang Taishi was sad. These descendants had all died for him. Ancestor Divine King, you don't have to be like this. The ninth bandit Jiang Yi also came forward to console him. The past life is fabricated, and the next life is ethereal. Man can only strive for the present. The peerless God King's face was full of exhaustion. Then he collapsed stiffly. Ancestor Divine King. Everyone turned pale with fright. There was chaos. When the sky was about to brighten, the Divine King woke up. He rushed into the sky and with a violent shake, scarlet light flooded the God City. Boom! The divine might of the extreme path fluctuated and finally disappeared completely. The God City that had been suppressed was unsealed and finally connected to the outside world. Yi Fan did not say anything else. He immediately took out the profound jade platform and was about to cross the void. He felt that the Divine King's condition was not good. He could not be sure what kind of great waves would be caused when the God City was unsealed. You don't have to leave. The Divine King's voice suddenly sounded in his mind, causing him to stop his movements. Little friend, we have not repaid your great kindness. Don't leave. The people of the Jiang family also spoke up to stop him. The moment the God City was unsealed, people constantly crossed the void and left. The news spread in all directions. The north region was shaken, the eastern barren was shaken, and the central plains was also shaken. On this day, the world was shocked. 13 Saint Lords were killed by one person in a single night. This was like a fantasy story. Almost no one dared to believe that the most terrifying earthquake had ever happened in the eastern barren. Everyone was stunned. Everyone was filled with fear. Many sects were alarmed. The resurrected Divine King had caused such a terrifying result. As long as it was a cultivator, they would be terrified. The central plains was also in an uproar. Who was the sovereign of the eventide? He was a heaven-bestowed king who had looked down on the world for more than 4,000 years. It was rare for him to meet his match, but in the end he died in the eastern barren like his brother. There were rumors in the world that the Sun Sovereign and the Sovereign of the Eventide were invincible when they combined. They were kings who complemented each other. Unfortunately, they were killed before they could achieve such a grand occasion. However, people were looking forward to their descendants. Who knew? There might be 2 more kings. The Eastern Baron was shaken. All the major factions could not calm down. The Jiang family's Saint Lord was the first to rush over. Jiang Ren, you still have the face to come? Look at the situation now. The 9th bandit shouted. He had rebelled against the Jiang family, and was directly related to the Saint Lord's faction. It's not that I don't want to come, but that I can't. Do you know what happened to the family? A great enemy came, and many terrifying figures appeared to confront us. The family's trump card was almost used up. What? Jiang Yin was shocked. Greetings, Divine King Ancestor. Jiang Ren knelt down. Jiang Taishu nodded and let him get up. He did not leave the God City. Instead, he waited for all the Saint Lords to come. Only a peerless Divine King would dare to do so. The Alcade Saint requests an audience. The Ji family's Saint requests an audience. The Thousand Beginnings Saint requests an audience. The Purple Mansion Saint requests an audience. All the Saint Lords rushed into the God City and requested an audience with the Divine King. Why are they all here? Not a single one died. A young man from the Jiang family muttered. He was immediately reprimanded by an elder. A Saint Lord was not the same as a real Saint Lord. It could be some other top cultivator, or even someone from the middle ground. As the sun rose, the Divine King carried Fairy Rosy Cloud into the sky. He looked at the rising sun on the horizon motionless. In the God City, none of the Saint Lords dared to be dissatisfied. They all waited quietly. The sun rose from the east, and after noon, it slowly set in the west. The sunset was like blood, dyeing half the sky red. The Divine King held Fairy Rosy Cloud in his arms, motionless as he looked at the setting sun. Brother Taishu, back then, you found the earthly fate fruit for me to replenish my lifespan. You wanted me to live with you for 4,000 years, and die together. I waited for you. Unfortunately, I can't see you come back to life with my own eyes. These murmurs echoed in the Divine King's ears. I really want to walk with you under the setting sun, but unfortunately, there's no time. You'll never hear my voice again. The corner of the Divine King's eyes sparkled. After being trapped for 4,000 years, his heart was already as hard as steel, but he was still grieving. The moment the sunset disappeared, his white hair was as white as snow. It was especially eye-catching in the night, but he did not say a word. Ancestor Divine King, the people below exclaimed. Fairy Rosy Cloud disappeared from the Divine King's pure land. Jiang Taishu stepped down. His face was like jade at the moment, but his hair was snow white. Greetings, Divine King. All the Saint Lords bowed at the same time with great respect. Then, they all opened their mouths and swore to the heavens that everything that happened last night had nothing to do with the sacred grounds. The sacred grounds that possessed extreme weapons tried their best to prove their innocence, even producing conclusive evidence. The Divine King's beauty had died tragically. If he were to attack mercilessly with the eternal universe furnace, it would be an unimaginably terrible disaster. Representatives from all the major forces came, and many people came to pay their respects. Suddenly, someone was shocked and said, "The sacred body of the ancients. How dare he hide here?" Ouyangye's body was like a block of wood, but he was infinitely close to being a source master. He had almost cultivated the heavenly eye, so he immediately noticed Yifan in the crowd. Many people from the sacred grounds came, and many of them stood in the distance. Many murderous auras burst out at the same time. "Do you want to kill him?" Jiang Taishu, who was sitting in the center of the hall, asked. "Senior Divine King, he has the sacred body of the ancients and has committed many evil deeds. All the sacred grounds are after him." Ouyangye said. Reporting to the Divine King, "The sacred body of the ancients deserves death. He has committed many crimes, and the top 10 young fighters of the Alcade hidden bloodline were all killed by him. The supreme elder of the Ji family was burned to ashes by him. How dare you come to this place?" Many people spoke with endless murderous intent. All eyes were on Yifan. "How dare you? Are you talking about him, or are you talking about yourselves?" The Divine King spoke and glanced at everyone. No one dared to look him in the eye. "Divine King, you?" Someone gathered his courage and asked. "He saved my life. Killing him is equivalent to killing me. Do you want to kill him?" The Divine King's voice was sonorous and forceful, causing everyone's eardrums to ring. Chapter 400. The hall was dead silent. Killing Yifan was equivalent to killing Jiang Taishu. Who would dare to kill a Divine King nowadays? 13 Divine Lords, 3 peerless old monsters, and a King of Zhongzhou were all killed by him alone. It shocked the world overnight. Who would dare to stand up at this moment? How did this happen? When did Yifan save the Divine King's life? This was the question that many people were confused about. For the past few days, all the cultivators in the city had been searching for Yifan's whereabouts, But he ended up having such a relationship with the extremely powerful Divine King. How did he do it? Could it be wrong? How could he have saved the Divine King's life? Someone murmured in a low voice. Jiang Yin said. Many enemies came to attack, and the Divine King's ancestor was in danger. Yi Fan used the true dragon elixir to save the ancestor, allowing him to be reborn in the dragon transformation pool. The true dragon elixir. Many people gasped when they heard these words. They were inexplicably shocked. This was the legendary primordial elixir. How did Yi Fan have such a thing? People quickly realized his identity. Not only did he have the sacred body of the ancients, but he was also a genius who inherited the original technique from the Yuan Taoist master. He had once cut out the seed of the elixir. However, even so, people were still shocked. The immortal elixir was something that even the sacred grounds did not have, but Yi Fan had obtained 2 of them. It was too unbelievable. If they could control him, what would that mean for a holy land? It would bring great benefits. If they could plant an immortal elixir, they might be able to cultivate a great emperor. Many people knew that Yi Fan had the source qi. Now that they learned all this, they realized that the value of the sacred body of the ancients was much greater than they had imagined. All the sacred grounds and major forces had chased him for such a long time, but they had gotten nothing. Now that they saw Yi Fan being protected by the Divine King, many people were very unwilling to accept it. At the same time, many people from major forces suddenly had the idea that perhaps they could get more benefits by winning over the sacred body of the ancients. Ouyang Ye's body was withered, and he was infinitely close to the Earth Source Master level. Although he was already in his twilight years, he was extremely eager for the divine tome of the origin. He said, I beg the Divine King to uphold justice. What do you want? Jiang Taishi remained unmoved, his gaze sweeping downwards. Ouyang Yi said, the sacred physique bullied a descendant of my Genesis technique family, but he saved the Divine King's life. I don't dare to blame him, but I would like to ask him to return my Genesis technique family's heavenly source book. Standing in the crowd, Yi Fan disdainfully swept a glance at him and said, You wanted to kill me in a Genesis technique match, but unfortunately your skills are inferior. In the end, you're blaming me for bullying you. What kind of logic is this? Ouyang Hua said, This old man does not wish to get entangled in these grudges. I only wish to find my Genesis technique clan's unparalleled secret book. Yi Fan calmly asked, Since when did the Origin Heaven book become an ancient scripture of your Genesis technique clans? This is clearly the divine canon left by the Yuan Taoist master. Don't you feel ashamed when you say these words? Genesis techniques have always been one since ancient times. The Origin Heaven book belongs to the Genesis technique world, not a cultivator like you. So this old man asks you to return it. Ouyang Yi argued. Yi Fan swept a glance at him and said, According to what you said, cultivation techniques have always been one since ancient times. Do you think I can ask for an ancient scripture from the various sacred grounds? Also, this book was lent to me by the descendant of the Yuan Taoist master. What does it have to do with you? The descendant of the Yuan Taoist master lent it to you. How is that possible? You must have stolen it. A young disciple of a Genesis technique clan could not help but rebuke. Humph! The Divine King coldly snorted. The disciple's face immediately paled and he hurriedly shut his mouth, not daring to speak anymore. I am very clear about the origin of the Origin Heaven book. Your Genesis technique clans have no reason to fight over it. After saying these words, the Divine King no longer paid attention to them. Ouyang Yi opened his mouth, but in the end, he did not dare to say another word. The Divine King's might terrified him. All the sacred grounds were silent. Not a single person mentioned the grudge between them and Yi Fan. They would not be like the Genesis technique clans and get into trouble at this juncture. I have heard that Yi Fan has a grudge with the Ji clan. I am willing to resolve it. Is there any room for discussion? The Divine King suddenly spoke and looked at the Ji clan's sacred lord. Divine King, please understand. There are indeed some disputes. He has learned the secret of the ancient void scripture. Of course, some members of the Ji clan have reacted too aggressively. The Ji clan's sacred lord was neither servile nor overbearing. I see. Divine King Jiang nodded. He then looked at Yi Fan and said, "Can you promise the Ji clan's sacred lord that you will never teach the secret of the ancient void scripture to anyone?" Yi Fan knew that the divine king was helping him and doing him a great favor. How could he not know what was good for him? He said, "Thank you, divine king. I swear I will never teach the secret of the ancient void scripture to anyone." "Good. Go to the Ji clan and ask for forgiveness." Divine King Jiang nodded. He then looked at the Ji clan's sacred lord and said, "If he divulges the secret of the ancient void scripture, I will kill him myself. What do you think?" What could the Ji clan's sacred lord say? It was obvious that the divine king wanted to protect Yi Fan. After receiving such a guarantee, the wisest choice was to nod. This guy. In the crowd far away, Ji Ziyue, who was dressed in purple, ground her teeth and stared at Yi Fan. Ji Haoyue frowned slightly and said, "Ziyue, why are you stepping on my foot?" "Oh, wrong." Ji Ziyue stuck out her tongue. Dimples appeared on her pretty face. She made a face at her brother and giggled. He turned around and looked at the Alcade sacred lord. He said, "Yi Fan has a conflict with the Alcade clan's young disciple?" The Alcade sacred lord nodded and explained what happened in detail. He then said, "He doesn't have much of a grudge with us. It's just a fight between the young generation." Strictly speaking, the Alcade clan's disciple coveted the source chi on Yi Fan first. How could the Alcade sacred lord investigate this? Otherwise, it was very likely that he would lose face. Once this is over, go to the Alcade sacred lord and ask for forgiveness. Divine King Jiang said to Yi Fan, "I will obey the divine king's orders." Yi Fan's face was solemn and serious, but he was smiling inside. The divine king had exonerated him and told him to go and ask for forgiveness. He didn't really have to go. Divine King Jiang looked at the Alcade sacred lord and said, "Let the young generation solve their own grudges. What do you think?" The Alcade sacred lord nodded. He naturally wouldn't say much. Killing Yi Fan was equivalent to killing the divine king. Since Jiang Taishu had already said this, how could he pursue this matter? Divine King Jiang's hair was as white as snow. He looked to be in his 20s. He sat high up on the throne. His unparalleled charm had been passed down for thousands of years. At this moment, many young girls admired him. Their eyes were shining, but no one dared to say anything because the difference in status and identity was too great. Suddenly, a long roar pierced the sky and approached the divine city. It was like an endless sea of thunder surging rapidly. Rock roar in the sky. Everyone knew who had come. It was the Rock King, a famous and horrifying figure of the demon clan. Swish. With a flash of light, a powerful old man in a golden Taoist robe appeared in the hall. His long golden hair was like a burning fire. He was tall and strong, and his eyes were like two sharp swords. He stood tall and straight. Everyone was shocked. The roar was still outside the city, but he had already rushed into the divine city. One could imagine how terrifying his speed was. Obviously, he had already learned about the situation. As soon as he entered the hall, he stared at Yi Fan. The golden light in his eyes flickered. Jiang Yin asked, "Rock King, why are you here?" The Rock King stood tall and straight. His golden Taoist robe shone brightly. He bowed to the divine king at the top of the hall and stared at Yi Fan again. He came specifically for the little Rock King. He rushed here as soon as he learned that the sacred body of the ancients had appeared. The little Rock King was so talented that many people said he would walk the path of the great emperor. The Rock King liked him very much, so he would not allow him to be imprisoned. Some of my Alcade disciples are also being suppressed by the sacred body. I hope you can release them, the Alcade saint said. Yi Fan suddenly became the center of attention. Everyone looked at him. The little Rock King and the Alcade saint were all geniuses. They could be said to be invincible among the younger generation. Even though everyone knew that Yi Fan suppressed two powerful figures under extraordinary circumstances, they still showed a strange expression. Divine King Jiang was a little surprised. He glanced at Yi Fan and said, "Let them out." He took out the divine fire cauldron and flew it to Yi Fan. Flames flowed on the cauldron. The body of the cauldron was branded with the mark of the divine bird and the sun. It was simple but close to the great path. 9 ancient characters were carved on the cauldron's lid. They were mysterious and abstruse, making it impossible to decipher their meaning. It was because of their existence that the cauldron was sealed. All the saints and saintesses were staring at Yi Fan. Many of the elders were also staring at him without blinking. Their gazes were all focused on him. Yi Fan did not care. He took the divine fire cauldron with a calm expression. He used a special technique to erase the 9 characters and sent them flying. Boom. The divine fire was monstrous. The cauldron's lid shot up into the sky. The entire sky was scorching, turning into a sea of fire. It was as if an ocean was surging. 3 figures turned into 3 divine rainbows and leaped into the void. An extremely powerful divine might covered the sky. They were like 3 gods. Endless divine light bloomed around them, making it impossible for people to look at them directly. Boom. The 3 peak experts of the younger generation moved at the same time. They charged at Yi Fan together. They were like 3 terrifying stars colliding from outer space, making people tremble uncontrollably. Bang. The Supreme God King took action. A large hand reached out and covered the 3 of them. The ocean-like fluctuations immediately disappeared, and everything became calm. Don't be rude. The Prim King and the Alcade Saint Lord shouted. They were afraid that the 3 of them did not know the immensity of heaven and earth, and offended the God King. If that happened, even they wouldn't be able to save them. Brother Pung, Brother Alcade, sorry for the offense, Yi Fan said. The little Pung King was tall and majestic. His aura was oppressive. Golden divine flames burned around his body. His eyes were like sharp swords, filled with wildness. He held the heavy great desolate halberd in his hand. His golden hair fluttered in the wind, and his eyes were terrifying. He was like a demon lord that had crossed the heavens. He roared at the sky. His killing intent shot up into the sky. He stared at Yi Fan, an endless killing intent surged out. On the other side, the Alcade Saint Lord was surrounded by endless holy light. He was like a god. He stood in the air with a total of 108 rings of light around him, making him seem holy and peaceful. At the same time, there was a trembling aura. The Alcade Saint Lord was like an immortal king that had descended into the mortal world. Many people with weaker cultivations couldn't help but want to worship him. He seemed like he was looking down on all living things. He was transcendent and dignified. The charm of an immortal king made many people of the older generation shudder. Fairy Yaoshi, your charm has become even more enchanting. You can be said to be the most beautiful in the world. Yi Fan smiled at the Alcade Saint Lord. Yaoshi was bright and otherworldly. She was like a fairy that had descended into the world. Her beauty was unmatched, and her skin was like jade. She gave off a feeling of infinite distance. She was clearly standing right in front of them, but she gave off the illusion that she was far away. Her flawless beauty made it seem like she could never be approached.